Good Sunday evening, everybody. To those of you here live in the chat, the absence of Matt Kennedy apparently has made people stay away. They only want to hear him. What can I tell you? I love doing this series. It's a lot of fun and it's very educational. It even educates me as I discover the data. I put together the data and the things I learn are, it's very fascinating. So I'm going to keep doing this as long as people want to keep seeing it. And I actually get viewers who reach out to me privately just to let me know how much they enjoy this particular series within a series. Speaking of my co-host, Matt Kennedy, my friend, has decided reluctantly to withdraw from being my co-host for this series within a series due to scheduling. Those of you who know a little bit about Matt know that he's in Vegas, so it's West Coast time. However, Matt actually works on East Coast time. So for all intents and purposes, regardless of where he physically is located, he works on East Coast time. So it's like he might as well be on the East Coast. It's always been very difficult for him to put in the commitment to the hours that the show takes and go to bed as late as he has to go, and then wake up early the next day. So that's it. So that's why he's not here, for those of you wondering. And this is the first time that I will be doing one of these episodes on my own. I'm getting a signal that my signal apparently is not strong. I don't know. My connection, I don't know. I hope I'm not getting all blurry and choppy or whatever, but nothing I can do anyway. So I'll just keep forging ahead. So I just wanted to say to you, Matt, personally, thank you so much, man. I can't thank you enough, honestly, for everything that you've contributed on all your appearances. As everybody knows, you're incredibly well spoken. You have an amazing depth of knowledge on a lot of different topics, and you love to share them the way I do. And that just has made all the shows that you've contributed to all the more valuable. And so speaking for myself, you're going to be greatly missed. And I know that a lot of people in the hobby also enjoy your contributions as much as I do. So thanks again, man. And of course, if you ever get to missing your contributions on any topics, whatever, you're always welcome back anytime, any day for any type of series that I put out. So that's it. So thanks again, man. And okay, so let me just give a quick word for anybody who may be watching this on Rewind. And if this is your first time watching and you're wondering, what do I mean by Comic Art 101, Stop the Insanity? So Comic Art 101 is the name of the series. I do several different series. This is one of them. As the name infers, it is more of an educational series, is where I do episodes that have to do with sort of educating, I guess, the collecting public, bringing forth information, data that can serve to help out other collectors. And as far as Stop the Insanity, it's a tagline that I actually came up with, but as I came up with it, it reminded me of the fact that Susan Powter, who is the lovely young lady you see on my show thumbnail, she used to yell out constantly back in the 90s. She was an infomercial queen, wrote a book, even had a talk show for 1 year. And so that's it. And so I thought, okay, that's fun. Let's make the contact. I used to watch the infomercial over and over and over every night. Got sucked in. And so that's why I used the tagline and figured I put her out there on the thumbnail. Give her a little blast from the past type promotional push, But Stop the Insanity, what that means for those of you who have not seen the previous 4 episodes, very simply, you could have read it down below in the description in the second sentence. But putting it simply, it's me looking through the data that I've collected over the years and still continue to collect regarding people who buy art and resell it after, well, less than 5 years of holding on to it, and specifically deciding to sell it by consigning to auction houses. And the data has shown that not always, but most of the time, you're going to lose money if you do that. Okay? With those two factors are very important. Holding the art for less than 5 years and deciding to sell it at an auction. The data has shown me that approximately 85% of the time, you're going to lose money, and only roughly 15% of the time, you'll actually make money. So based on the feedback from viewers who really enjoy the series, I just keep finding more and more examples of resales. And when I do, I just collect them so that I can put together future episodes of this series. Soon in the near future, I'll be doing another episode, which is similar, right? It's a similar concept, except rather than showing you the losers, right? The losing trades, I will be showing, to make the same point about how it's better to hold on to the artwork for at least 5 years or more. We'll be doing an episode where I show you examples of resales of artwork that people did hold on 5 years or longer and sold at auction, and how those examples made money. Yeah, so that should be interesting too. We'll see if I have a co-host at that time, by the time I put that out. I don't know, but we'll see. But that's it. That's what we're going to do tonight. Tonight is the 5th episode of this series within a series. And before we get into that first piece, everybody, and before I jump into the chat, let me really quickly remind you all that this Friday and every Friday, you should catch Nikki B on the EXP. And that is here on YouTube, of course. And here, let me pop it up there, youtube.com/the-EXP. Or you can just Google the Original Art Experience, which is what the EXP stands for. So just, not Google, sorry, but here, just do a search in the YouTube search for Original Art Experience, and you will find that show. And it is a show that Nikki B from Dynamite Comics, Dynamite Entertainment, puts on every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, where you can buy, claim original art. And it's also a talk show as well. So please do check that out. And one more little promo, I believe, or a couple, for Carl Sodergren, my pal Carl, put out a couple of episodes, videos, short form type videos this week. And the first one is comic art unboxing. I believe it's his 43rd comic art unboxing. So I will pop that into the chat right here. All right. And he also put out an episode of Bagged and Boarded, and that's his video series where he reviews comic books that he's been reading. And he used to do it weekly, but I think as time has gone on, he feels like it's not necessary to do it every single week. I think he's probably going to switch to a once monthly type thing and show and talk about maybe a bit longer of an episode, half an hour or so, and yeah, talk about everything that he's read during that month. I think that's a better plan, Carl, if you want my suggestion. I think that's good, but at least 2 weeks apart, 3 weeks. But yeah, a month, every month, I think that would work better. And yeah, so the latest Bagged and Boarded episode, the link to that, I should say, is coming in here into the chat right away. There you go. That should be it. All right. So please check them out if you haven't, especially if you haven't done so yet. And what I especially love about those reviews, for those of you, especially whether you're a regular reader already or just a kind of casual, once in a while type reader like I am, it's very interesting because he's very honest and forthright in his opinions on the comics, and he'll tell you if he didn't like it and why he didn't like it, and that's great. Much better than the comic channels who give you the reviews and seem to always just talk about, oh, what's great, what a great comic I read, what a great comic. There's a lot of not so good comics out there, so it's refreshing to see honesty about that. All right. Okay, so one last thing. I just wanted to let all of you regulars know. Those of you, first of all, on Rewind can catch this at your own leisure, obviously. And by the time you watch this, I will have chopped up the video into chapters, and to make it easier for you to choose what you want and don't want to look at and listen to. But for you regulars here in the chat with me tonight, because I'm alone, I'm doing this solo. Okay, keep in mind that what I always say about having a guest, one of the benefits of having the guest is that's what helps me run interference. They run interference for me, and that's what allows me to be in the chat with you guys and look at the chat and read all of the comments and questions. And better decide, which ones go up and get posted. Without a co-host, it's a lot more difficult because while I'm talking about the artwork that we're looking, I'm not in the chat. I've got to focus on what I'm talking about, right? And in the meantime, while I'm talking, I guess I would just suggest, I don't know. You guys will say what you want, obviously, but I would suggest, important comments and questions about the art, right? The examples we're going to see tonight. I would say wait until it looks like I'm finishing saying what I'm saying, right? When you feel I'm about to wrap it up, or even wait until I have wrapped it up. Because what I'm going to do tonight, hopefully this works because it's the first time I'm trying it, right? It's the first time doing this series by myself. What I plan to do is basically talk. I'm going to say what I have to say about the art we're going to see. And then I'm going to jump in after every single example. I'm going to jump in. All right. So unlike past, series, other episodes of other series when I'm alone and I have to, skip a lot of your comments, I won't be completely skipping you guys tonight. Right. I'll be jumping in after saying my piece on every piece of art we show. And I will throw it to you guys to ask, what do you guys think about what I just finished basically saying and showing, and then we can chat a bit about your thoughts and comments before we go on to the next example. Okay, so that's what I'd like to do. That's what I'm going to try to do. And hopefully it goes smoothly. All right. I guess the last thing before I jump into the chat, because, or I should say before I show the first item, I am going to jump into the chat specifically so that I can catch up, say hello to you all, and see who's here, first of all, because I don't know who's here. And except for Corey, who is not here. Enjoy the vacation, pal. And Marcus, good evening to you. And hey, what's good with you, Tom? Brian, what's up? Good evening to you, Rickster. My beautiful wife. Happy Sunday, everyone. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you for being here and always supporting. What happened to her? What happened? Oh, you're probably talking about Susan. My pal Susan. Yes, she's here in spirit, everybody. If you're wondering why she's not here beside me, we're not that close. So she's here in spirit, not physically. And I'm sure somebody's already, probably Marcus, already answered what happened. There you go. There it is. Susan lost it all. And then you should write shotgun. Yeah. The problem is that there's no room here to kind of sit beside each other. Yeah, and she's too shy to be on for more than just a few minutes, What happened? Susan, see, people want to know. Movie of her life come out next year? Really? I didn't even know that. Man, Marcus, you're a bigger fan than I am. Grubhub delivery girl. Yeah. Susan went bankrupt, lived in an RV. Yeah, very sad. Hoping Dynamite does a book about her. Really? What's up, CJ? Good to see you. She went broke reselling on Click. Hey, Marcus, we've already proven, the data has already shown that it's not even always so much about that as much as it is specifically not holding long enough and selling at auction, period. Any auction, you know? So I think we've shown enough data to show that that's what happens, regardless of the house selling the art. John Brown, what's good? What's good? Good to see you. Thanks for always being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. And wow, Marcus is excitedly like seeing you, Vivian. That's cool. And my pal Kavi, get your sexy comic art prices here. Not as sexy as Susan Powter. That's true. Slightly more sexy than Ruben. Very much more sexy than Ruben. Not slightly, but I appreciate the compliment. My gosh. Oh my gosh. 17 out of 17. Great job. Yeah, I don't know what that. Oh, you mean views versus likes? Yeah. For those of you watching, 35. I don't know if that's updated on my software. It always feels like it's erroneous data, but I see 35. If you're watching this right now and you don't mind, just to, I make no money doing this. It actually costs me money, just to encourage me, to motivate me to keep doing this every week. Would appreciate it if you would just hit the over here, the thumbs up button down somewhere where I'm pointing. Yeah, that would be nice. I'd appreciate it. Don't have to subscribe if you're not subscribed. Don't care. But yeah, a like would be nice. A thumbs up. Lee, what's good? Good to see you, man. It's fun watching. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm assuming you're talking about me and my shows. Matt isn't very dependable. Oh, come on. He was always here when I asked him to be. Hey, what's up, Caesar? See, Caesar's the man. For me, for this week, he gets extra special attention. Caesar's the man. I got to tell Caesar, big up to Caesar for understanding that Love Actually is an amazing movie, and so is About Time. So everybody should watch both of those. And you know what, guys? Also, I want to quickly let you know that I was thinking, since, I don't have any shows scheduled beyond tonight, I was thinking, okay, well, what do I do next week? And I thought, okay, maybe I'll do a back-to-back episode. So I'm not really sure. I thought I might do another one of Stop the Insanity next week as well. But I'm not sure if people want to see, it might be too much, too fast or whatever. I'm not sure. I'll decide over the next couple of days. But it'll either be that, and if not that, I got to be honest, it might be just another anything goes hangout episode, because I want to do another one of those anyways, because I'm dying to tell you guys about some info on some movies that I ended up watching, and I want to get your feedback on that. In particular, some stuff that I watched based on the comments that you guys, suggestions that you guys are making a couple of weeks ago. Or sorry, was that last week? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, on Sunday, last Sunday. So yeah, so that may be next week or maybe the week after. I'm not sure yet. Whoa, what's up, Luis? What's up? Good to see you. Oh shit, Luis, I was freaking out, bro. I was freaking out. I was tracking a bunch of lots of that card art that Heritage auctioned in that specific auction just for card art. Was it last week? I just looked at the result yesterday. Holy shit. 20,000 for this Black Panther, 80,000 for the Spider-Man by Hildebrand Brothers, like 80,000 for card, like insane. I don't know what you think about it, but to me that was insane. But yeah, wild. It was kind of fun to look at, and I was motivated to look at it because of you deciding to come on and do the show and tell with me here a few weeks back. So yeah, very cool, very fun. Thanks for popping in and saying hi, by the way. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much, as always. I always appreciate you. Have Sean on. People will get tired of seeing the same guests on all the time. Don't worry, Sean will make more appearances in the near future. He likes to be on. He thinks it's fun, So, like he said to us, his last appearance, he never really has had friends who are in the hobby that local to him, So he doesn't really have chats with anybody online or anything about this kind of stuff. So yeah, he's been enjoying hanging out. So which is cool because I like having him on, Looks and okay, great. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. I gotta tell you, it's showing me weakness again. I don't know. Hearing thank you speech is a reason for Matt to tune into the rewind. Well, I don't know if he has time for that, Gavi, but I don't think that he cares enough to watch the whole thing or whatever. But hopefully he'll tune in enough to catch me giving him his props. Let's leave it there, Whoa, is that a new one? Everyday Adams Comics. Just getting into original art, loving all these info sessions. Nice, Everyday Adams Comics. I love that. Love to see the new folks coming in. So that's real great. And especially that you're willing to jump in and comment with the rest of these dudes, because it not only lets me know that you're here, that's the only way I know that you're watching, but it shows that you're willing to get involved and interact with everybody else, So, and thank you for letting me know that you're loving the info section. So yeah, awesome, man. Thank you. I like the separate series. Thank you, CJ. Appreciate it. This is a show where we all gather around. Ruben teaches us how to get rich. No, it's not. For you rewind watchers, that's not what I'm doing. Don't listen to John C. Sean may have been trapped underneath a gigantic art he acquired. That's very true. Read description equals get rich. Hey, oh, look at that. Hellos, and hellos. Stanley's back as usual. Thought our flippers always make money. I think the data shows, Stanley, that you're more than likely to lose money. It's a mugs game for sure. But hey, let them keep doing what they're doing. You can't change minds and opinions and especially habits. Old habits die hard. You can't change it overnight. It literally takes years for most people. So, like I said, as long as people enjoy doing this, watching this series within a series, I'll keep doing it because it will take long for a lot of people. And hopefully, eventually, people do kind of learn and get get into their heads that buying and holding is better. And in that case, because it does take 5 years minimum, right? Hopefully that makes you realize, because that starts to feel like a long time, right? So the hope is that because it feels like, 5 years, wow. Hopefully it makes collectors think a little bit harder before they make buying decisions, right? So that they're not constantly getting squirrels and they're more sure about what they want to get, and hopefully ask themselves. We all should be asking ourselves, is it like, if I buy this, is it likely that I'm gonna hold it for at least 5 years, or am I gonna enjoy it for a couple and then probably maybe I'd get tired of it and use the money for something else, right? And if you can think to yourself that that's there's a good chance that would happen, having seen all these episodes, it might make you think twice and say, all right, maybe I shouldn't buy this squirrel then, because if I have no choice other than to send it into an auction house, like those Stop the Insanity shows have taught me, I'm probably going to lose money, and I don't want to do that, I haven't gotten rich following the tactics. Well, you shouldn't be passing false information. This is not about getting rich. I really hope this one reveals the magic. Not what it's about. Rewind viewers, do not listen to these clowns in the chat. For those of you watching on Rewind for the first time, I say that with a great affection because we're all friends, and of course it's okay that I call them clowns. But you got to be careful with what they say, because a lot of what they say is sarcastic and joking, and not, it's bad advice if you take it seriously. So if you want mystery sketches, you can resell and make profits. Really? I don't know anything about that. Crystal ball equals profitable. Lots of art I've been bought privately and put in auction a month later and very big profits made. Yeah, I don't know. I can't use those examples because I don't know about them since they were done privately, right? And I'm not going to take anybody's word for it that, they only paid this much and then right? If I only have the proof of what it's sold for, I can't use that because I can't just take somebody's word for it that they paid only this much or whatever, you know. This series works the way it does only because I'm able to publicly show, you know, you can verify that my data is correct by looking back yourself, doing your own research, and finding the initial buy price and then the resale or whatever, you know. Do you get money back guarantee from Ruben? Nice. Trying to have these. That's on the agreement. Nice. So what else is there? Jake Ball says outlook good. A lot of G.I. Joe and Transformers on Carl's channel. There is. That's true. He's got to start maybe diversifying. Who caught the Planet Comics 52 cover on eBay? Oh my God, what does that mean? The actual original art? Somebody had Planet 52 original art? Is that what you're talking about? And somebody offered a big offer and convinced the guy to sell it? That would mean he only gets wieners once a month. Tell me about that, man. I need to know. Did you get a scan? Did you save the scan of the artwork? Email it to me if you did. Psychic Yoda says, "Powter, the future is. Ponder this, I will." Nice. One more. I'm gonna have wieners. Walmart used to have McDonald's. That's true. All gone. What's up, Mickey? What's up? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Liked when they had McD's. Okay, now talking about Walmart. Never late Mickey. We won't show up for another half hour. Well, now I'm trying to speed it up. Who doesn't get done with reading comics till 8:30? That's true. Is this another 5-hour show? Hopefully not. I need to know what I'm getting into. What's up, Dan? Thanks for coming back again. Another new viewer who has now been here for what? Three episodes, Dan. I appreciate it. So thank you very much. And no, I'm alone, and being the only guy talking constantly, it's very tiring, exhausting actually. So I definitely don't want to be talking for 5 hours straight. So many ground rules, like a first date. I never gave ground rules on a first date. Ruben did show producer instructor. You never know. That's true. You do never know. Important comments. Use all accounts. Put the link out there. Okay. It was never very laconic. Do we get to play high or lower first? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Maki Poo Poo. Not allowed within 100 yards of the van. Kenneth Berg, what's up? Hi to you, Kenneth. What's good? What's going on? And Comic Link isn't great to sail on. Everybody has their opinions, right, Tom? The house always wins, apparently. Yeah, from Hearts fan. Nice. Not the higher end pieces, no. Lower end, maybe. Yo, what's up, JC? Good Sunday to you, man. He's been abandoned. Well, it's not that he's abandoned me, but you know, he's not collecting anymore, as you know, Tom. Right? He's not an active collector anymore, so he's just, you know, spending more time, you know, with the wife, the kids, and you know, doing other things. That's all. But he does drop in once in a while. Tom Katzalowski, what's good? We got an air quality alert in Chicago. Really? Stop blowing smoke in my direction. Is it coming from our West Coast, though? Because that's nowhere near me. Wow, we'll try to watch as long as I can. Quite late here in the UK, though. I know. That's what shocks me, Pat Bear. You never let me know how it's possible that there have been times when you were still here watching and listening while it was literally 4 a.m. where you live. That's insane. But I appreciate you always, my friend, especially hanging on as late as you do. So everybody, Pat Bear, it's already like, I believe 1:30 in the morning for him right over there. So that's dedication. I appreciate that. Stop insanity 2 weeks in a row. That's insane. I know. Steve, what's up, Mr. Palkovi Chicken? Steve and I are going to get some lunch tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully, you see, Dan, hopefully it doesn't go too late because B&G and I got to get together. Can't be late to meet up with him for lunch. So can't go to bed too late. Start the card Sanity. Love Actually, a great film. Thank you, sir. It is. I'll have to check out about that. Do check it out and let me know, Lee. But save your opinion until I do another Anything Goes episode. Do it quick though, because I might do that episode next week. Yeah, no one around me I can trust to hang with. Tried a few times, always got screwed over. That's very sad, Tom. That's very sad. To paraphrase Will, what are you paraphrasing? What's up, Nikki B? Paraphrase WD's Godfather. Flippin' ain't easy. That's true. That's true. He's in the house. The new Dexter series. I never watched the first one. My daughter, Tom, my 16-year-old, my soon-to-be 16-year-old daughter is currently watching Dexter. She's loving it. She just screamed that she loves Dexter. Okay. 5 years is too long. For most people, it really is. Dexter's back in the New York groove. All right, hit the thumbs up. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, please. Thank you, Nikki. Hit that thumbs up over here. Yeah, down here somewhere below. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Good crowd we got. Everybody trickled in slowly, so that's cool. I appreciate that, everyone. Really, really appreciate that. And for those of you of the 43, 3.5 dozen of you who like to tune into this series within a series, but have never ever jumped into the chat to post a comment, feel free to do so. Even if it's just to say hi to us so we know you're here, man. It's more fun. It's more fun when you can contribute an opinion or even just to say hello. Consider it, please. I forgot what happened 5 years ago this month. What happened 5 years ago this month? Hi. All right. Everybody shut up so we can get going with the show. 5 years ago this month, wearing a mask inside while... Oh, well, right. Yeah, right. What was it 5 years ago? Was it 5 years ago this month? I always think of it in terms of March because it kind of started in March or whatever, the whole thing. The scary part where it's like, oh my God, is this going to be like the Black Plague of Europe? You know, and then for a couple of months, everybody worried. And then, nope, it's not going to be too bad. It's not going to be like we're dropping dead in the middle of the street because somebody coughed on us. That's when everybody started buying. Buy, you know? Got to trust people. Yeah. I like to try to give trust. They got to be earned too, you know? Mike Asbill, what's good, bud? Timing plays a major role in selling anything, regardless of what is sold, and think some luck involved. There's lots of variables. There's absolutely lots of variables. Absolutely, man. The show started early. Let's see the sun behind Ruben. We're getting to that time of year, Nikki. Getting to that time of year. It's even though it wasn't sunny today, it was very overcast. It's shocking to see that you can still see. Weird. Very weird. It's been freezing, though. It's freezing here, by the way. It's freezing. Though in 3 days, it's going to be boiling. Wednesday, it's going to be boiling. It's weird, man. The temperature so far this spring, crazy. Doesn't go down in Canada anymore. Oi, hobby, only one where procrastination is a benefit. True. I'll list that for art for sale soon. Becomes 5 years later. Right. Frank Brockle, what's good? Thanks for dropping by, as always. False advertiser. Ruben had a guest on the thumbnail. That's true. That's right. Like I said, in spirit, Nikki. She can only be here in spirit. In spirit. I can't have her, you know, right next to me or on screen, unfortunately. Tony, what's up? Don't get to tune in live often. I know that. Thanks, bud. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I hope I can get into the art now so you can see before you need to go. Let's see, 44, 31. Yeah, come on. Still 13 to go, folks. 13 more likes, people watching. DJ, look at that. You see? I love that. Thank you, DJ. See, that's what I'm saying. Look, DJ is a shy guy. Okay, he's just that kind of personality. Super nice, one of the nicest guys. You guys, if you could ever meet him, when you meet him in person, you could meet him at a con. Super great guy, you know. But you can tell he's quiet, more reserved, shy. And yet I called out for just a hello, and he honored me with that. So that's all I ask everybody. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks to see. I appreciate to see that you're watching. Thank you. When dealers post something that sold on Heritage or Comic Link a year ago at 150 to 175% of what it sold for, is that a tactic or do people really buy it that high? Tony, I don't follow websites like dealer sites anymore, so I couldn't really answer that. But I would say probably sometimes it does sell. I have no doubt that it does sell sometimes, but not always, you know, but sure. And don't forget, there's always newer people coming into the hobby, and the newer they are, the less they kind of know. They don't have as much knowledge accrued yet. So they're the ones who are more likely to feel like, oh, well, I can trust this price because he seems to be, you know, an established dealer. And that insinuates trust, right? Yeah. So I would say the answer is yes, though not every time, obviously, you know. Oh, look at that, my friend Eric, podcasting the show, trying to get back into these. Hey, I appreciate that, Eric. Another one. Yes, thank you, man. It's been a while that we haven't chatted, so very cool, very cool. I appreciate you dropping in. You must be super crazy busy with work still, I'm assuming. I'm afraid that I cannot stay. I'm afraid I know that you're always going to say the same thing, Cab. But I also am not afraid to say that I appreciate you more than you know. And thank you so much for always dropping in to say hello and registering your like, regardless of whether you could stay or not. Cab, you're good. Hey, Cab, for sure. Sun goes down at 10 p.m., rise at 4:30. Not here. It isn't really an issue for me as I purchase from my own collection. However, one cannot legislate for when financial problems compel one having to sell quickly. That's true. But as we've always, often discussed, there's no way we have to make on these shows, on this series, we're forced to make a lot of assumptions about, the reasons for why this was resold. There's no way for us to know because we don't know who the people are in most cases, right? But we also cannot assume that it was that these pieces are all being resold because of financial difficulties. Because for me, I think that's a far stretch, to believe that that's the most common reason. But again, it's all supposition, and yeah, you have to make a lot of assumptions. The only real factual stuff are the prices that we show and the percentages of losses, So yes, thank you. Yes, March. Boiling, Susan Boyle, not Susan. Sorry to learn that Matt will not be able. Me too. Nobody's as sad as I am about that. Comic Art Boston. Thank you though. Yes. You're making me blush. It's okay. Nobody can see you. That's the beauty of not being on camera. Is that nobody can see you, DJ. Come on, RV. There we go. Yes. Jason Latway coming in a little late. Good evening to you, my friend. Wow. And 44 watching, only 38 likes and 6 likes to 44. Yeah, please. There's 46 I see now. And once again, it seems like my connection is not the greatest. It keeps showing me weak, and then it goes to strong again, then it goes weak. So it's fluctuating on sort of midpoint right now. Let me know. Not that I can do anything about it, but if it suddenly turns, I don't know, bad or whatever, just let me know. I'd still like to know if it video or audio goes bad. All right, and 2 tickets to Paradise. Any money? Woo! Love that one. Classic tune. All right, so thank you everybody for hanging in here with me and allowing me to do what I always do, which is to interact with all of you. That's honestly, the regulars know, the semi-regulars and or sort of occasional viewers you may not know. That's actually my favorite part of what I do with my channel. It's the interaction with everybody. So it always feels, even if I have nobody in the studio with me, I always feel like no matter what show, what episode of whatever series I do, it always feels like a great big hangout with all of us together, And that's what it's all about for me. So thanks again to all of you. Appreciate it. And yeah, let me cue up the first image and we get right into this. Okay, so let me jump in here. And just as a reminder, now that we have a full audience here, that's 53 people. For those of you jumping in, please, if you don't mind hitting just one quick click of the thumbs up icon right below here somewhere, I would appreciate that. It doesn't give me any money. Okay, it costs me money to do this and a lot of time, much more time than money. It's just encouragement, to be honest, for me. I'm especially in the last 2 months, I've been suffering from burnout. And I've come very close to just sort of stopping doing this because I feel like I've been needing a break. But I love hanging out with everybody. That's what I love. That never gets tiring. But the behind the scenes preparation, looking for people to be guests and all that stuff, that's exhausting. So yeah, so if you could just hit the like button, the thumbs up button there, that'd be great. The more people that interact with me, the more encouragement it gives me to just kind of keep going, So, okay. So here we go, everybody. To remind you all, okay, all those of you that are going to chat and give opinions, feel free to do it as we go. of course, anytime, at any time. But remember, because I'm here alone, I may not be able to sort of get to everybody, even if you make good points, good questions and stuff. But what I will be doing again is what I'm hoping we can do tonight is I'm going to show each image. I will talk about it. I will give my views on it. And then when I'm done, I will throw it to you guys at that point to get your views. And that's when I'm going to try to look through the chat and see if there's good comments and questions, particularly, geared towards what I'm showing on screen, your thoughts about it. But in particular, I'd like to get on certain pieces. I'll ask you guys what you think about what I just said, or some thoughts that I have that I will have shared. All right, and then we can discuss that a bit, and then I'll jump over to the next one. So if you want to get your comment question addressed, if you want to at least increase the chances, I can't guarantee it anyways, but if you want to increase the chances, wait until it feels like I'm about to finish talking, or wait until I throw it over to you guys and then, say whatever. But so that's about it for now. And last few questions, thumbs up, let's roll. Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. Preview's over, on with the show. Thank you. Better the burner, the fade away. Yeah. Love that music. Just edit together some episodes into theme shows or edit mix. Yeah, I don't want to do editing, TJ. I'm not into editing. It's very time consuming. That's what I'm trying to avoid. And if it was up to me, I would come here and I would do an episode like last week. Anything goes, Comic Art Hangout, anything goes, where I feel free to not only just show up not having any plan in mind, where I don't feel guilty talking about comic art, but then switching over to movie talk, back to music, back to comic art again, whatever. I love that. I wish I could do that every week. I'd be more than happy. That would be much easier because no prep work at all, And shock of all shocks, I got to say, thank you to all of you you Rewind viewers. You blew my mind. Big, serious thank you to all of you who watched last week's episode. Not only because I expected, having only scheduled the show, and nobody even knew I was going to have a show last week because I didn't schedule it until hours before we went live on Sunday. But I also, because it was long and we were so frenetically going back and forth between movie talk, comic talk, comic art talk, sports talk, whatever, sometimes moments at a time, right? Sometimes just like based on your comments, we'd go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It made it impossible for me to chop up, our topics, the video into topics. And so I left it untouched, no chapters. And that's why I expected the Rewind viewers to really drop off and say, forget it. I'm not going to watch this one. But it got to, I think, 475 or something, like almost 500 views. I was honestly expecting that it would struggle to hit 300, and it's close to 5. So thank you, especially to obviously to you live viewers who are always here, but especially you Rewind viewers who, for whatever reason, and I wonder if part of the reason you Rewinders still tuned in, maybe because you were curious as to why the guy on the thumbnail resembled me somewhat, but you could tell wasn't me. And maybe that's why you tuned in, just to try to figure out what was going on. I don't know. But thank you regardless for tuning in and checking it out. So, okay, set to go. And let's do this. Let me cue this up. And all right, everybody. So, first piece tonight is this one. Oh, no, Nikki B, I don't know if you're still here, but that's a tribute to you. If you are here, you're probably gone though. I don't know. But Nikki B, everybody, welcome. No, here is the first piece in tonight's show. Check this one out. All right, so this is What If number 7, the second series. What If number 7, page 13. And this I actually found on eBay a year ago. So May of 2024. And this one sold for, as you can see there, right around $4,700. Now, I don't know about you guys. All right, I don't know about you guys, and you know what, I'll try to jump in right now in case I see some good comments that are worth addressing right away. But yes, indeed, Coffee. Apparently so. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but to me, and I know that there's a fondness for this issue. I even loved it when it came out. Marvin, you're back. What's up? Good to see you, bud. Thanks for dropping in again. And yeah, so I know that has a strong following, right? But to me, I think at the time I thought, wow, like to me, almost 5K. When you think about it, yeah, Wolverine's there, right? But I think this is one of those pages that is deceiving, where I think the people that like the issue get excited to start with. They look at the 4th panel, then the 5th panel. They're like, oh yeah, Wolverine in action. He's there. He's there. Okay, right? They get excited by that, so they start bidding. And what they should be doing is kind of like assessing the situation with a clearer mind, right? Not getting too excited about it and coming to the realization that, well, wait a second. Yeah, Wolverine's there. But in that 4th panel, it's really just his forearm and the side of his face. So that really doesn't have too much value. And then the full figure is just way too tiny in that bottom panel to really carry any value, you know, sadly. So yeah, you could say, oh yeah, Wolverine, but like, as I'm looking at here on the screen right now, I honestly can't even tell. It's so small, I can't even tell if he's got his claws out or not, right? And so that's just it. So if the Wolverine panels by themselves don't really carry much value, then you're really not looking at a very valuable page here, right? Because Black Widow on her own, yeah, she's got her fans, but not such a strong following that, you know, Black Widow on her own would carry, you know, much value. And Nick Fury, monetarily speaking, no value either, you know? So yeah, I think this is one of those things, in my opinion, it was bought badly to begin with. I think, to me, this was more of like a $2,000 to $2,500 piece. And so one of the things I wanted to throw at you guys is, what do you guys think that it would have been worth? And do you agree with me or disagree? Do you think it still should be this valuable? All right. But let me go ahead and show what happened. And here we go. December 2024. So literally in the same calendar year, 7 months later. Very interesting though. So one thing that you'll see with this example, guys, is one that only happens very, very rarely, where, as you can see, the amount that it sold for, it's in green, right? That's because it sold in positive numbers. It has sold, check it out here. Let me show you the other one, right? $46.97, $48.87. So it was a positive sale when you're just comparing the sale number. Okay, the problem, of course, is that it's only marginal, right? And because of the fact that it was only $199 profit and change, $199 and change, when you take into account the, as you guys know, very reasonable, I think 10% on Comic Connect. I believe it's 10%. I'm not sure. They don't really disclose an exact price on their website. They say it's something like up to 10%. So I'm just using the 10% number. And so when you take that into account, of course, the reseller, the owner of the art, took a small net loss of 6.3%, or in a net term basis, basically $300, you know? So I guess compared to previous examples, right, to most of the examples we show, this is not so bad, given how quickly it was resold, right? Thank you, Cab. Appreciate that. So I think in this case, it could have been much, much worse. That's how I feel. You know, not bad for a thrill buy, right? Rick, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I felt like it should be more of a 2K page. Now, listen, I will also admit, Rick, that the fact that it resold so soon thereafter and sold for around the same price, right, to within $199, I think it's fair to say that you and I are probably wrong. I'm okay admitting that, I'm wrong and feeling that it's only worth, fairly 2K since 2 times in less than a year it sold for the same amount and almost 5K. So we're probably wrong, I guess, and I'm okay saying that. But that's not what this is all about. This series isn't about whether you and me are wrong or right in guessing prices. It's not even about guessing prices, right? It's just literally trying to show people what typically happens when you resell stuff less than 5 years later at auction. And I think this is an example where this person was one of the lucky guys, right? And the other thing to consider is you might say, yeah, not so bad, right? He got away with only a tiny, negligible $300 loss. And that's true. But it's a little bit worse than that, in my opinion, because I look at it in terms of thinking, well, he still risked. Think about the risk-reward ratio, right? He still risked almost $5,000, right? $5,000 only for, to have to wait 7 months to get that money returned to him, and with a small negligible, $300 loss for his effort, right? So that could have been opportunity cost, So yeah. So, one of the, more positive negative experiences that we show on this show for sure. But yeah, nonetheless, still, I think he really lucked out. Still a loss. So yeah, more proof that, better to hang on longer kind of thing, And I am fond of the issue. Me too. Think perhaps the better comp that sold end page caused by confusion. You're probably right there. What's up, by the way? Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying, Kavi, I think it's a lot of luck happened here. The fact that it was such a quick turnaround and still essentially about broke even, right? Deals need inventory turnover, and there are more speculators around nowadays. That's very true, Cab. No, yeah, I understood what you meant. The fees, yeah, exactly. Back to the beauties in the eye of the beholder. Yep, I have often been accused of overpaying. Yeah, whatever. And we'll see tonight examples of. You'll see that I will show you examples where I'm of the opinion that the primary reason was, setting aside the whole idea that most resales at auction lose money when held for less than 5 years. That aside, you will see examples where I believe the primary reason was that it was badly bought to begin with, where they far overpaid, and there was no way that they could have made money, even if they probably had held for 5 years, So we'll see that later on. Yeah, exactly. And we'll see pieces like that with much bigger losses, Kavi, where you're going to see that the monthly rental price much higher than $42 a month. Yeah, so if you got a good amount of enjoyment, okay, $42 a month, not so bad, right? Hi there, what's good? I wouldn't pay so much for this page, but then again, not thrilled. Yeah, exactly. I know nothing about his pieces. The patron of comic art, who never told us, who never confirmed if this was Kirk. Are you Kirk? What's your name? I think this is a $2,500 to $3,000 page. All right, so patron is kind of more closer to me and you, Rick, from a memorable issue. It is. I said that. Also, pages in this book are rare. Great inker elevates Liefeld. Yeah, Williams inks are pretty nice on this. Definitely not when he inks himself. Yeah. That's a kid not obscene. But like I said, guys, I think the market talks. So we're still wrong. So I think you, patron, are still wrong, like Rick and I, because two consecutive sales in less than a year, both times at close to $5,000. I'm okay saying that we're wrong and that, okay, it's worth somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000, I guess, There's the opportunity cost. Exactly what I'm saying. What's good, Antoine? End of the year write-off. You're like, Liefeld can have 4 pieces. This would be a good piece. Right on. Hey, what's good, Mark Fong? Never count your money when you're sitting at the table. Needed the money by Sydney's bath. Oh God, how stupid is that? Look, I love Sydney, right? I love Sydney, but like, I saw that and I was like, that's so ridiculous. Anyways, I don't want to talk about that now. It's like, come on, man. You know, you're really jumping the shark. Aaron's back. If they were like me, someone maybe was fundraising for another. Listen, like I said, there's many reasons. We can only speculate. We don't know. And yes, there's many reasons it could have been. There's no point in speculating only because there's no way for us to know, you know. Tough to find a cheap Liefeld. That's true. That's true. As a point of reference, that end page I mentioned sold on Comic Link for $44.50. Thanks, Derek, for $44.50. But that was, yeah, in 2023. Yeah, it would be nice to see what would happen if it sold today, right? So yeah. But okay, so you're not who we thought you were. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. That's great. That means another newer viewer. So that's cool. Thanks for coming back again. I appreciate that, man. Jason, and by the way, Jason, you are one of now, I can't even, honestly, I swear to God, I've been saying this for years. Jason, the most common name in the original art hobby, in the comic art original art hobby. I'm probably friendly and speak to probably like 18 Jasons. Like it's out of control. Yeah, and there's yeah, I don't know, there's probably like dozens more. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, man, thanks for dropping in again. And for letting us know that you are not who we were thinking you might be. All right, everybody. So let's go to the next piece. And let me cue that up. The second example tonight is, yes, this interesting one. So check this one out, guys. Interestingly, and as coincidence, you talk about sheer coincidence, guys. This next one, you know, I always talk about, you know, the fact that it really does feel like I always felt it in my gut that, like, even when it comes to stocks, right? Like in the stock market, I always felt like if you want to be assured that you could make money, especially the stock market, because it's you know, it's a lot more volatile with ups and downs, right? But I always felt that with commodities like that, 5-year holds tended to be the kind of the best way to assure yourself or almost guarantee yourself, you know, that you'd be okay and get your money back or more. And I felt the same way in my gut about comic art. Well, doing this series is what kind of proved to me that my gut instinct was pretty much in fact correct all those years. This next example was sold and resold at auction exactly 5 years to the day. What's that? 5 years, 365. That's 1,825, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think that'd be 1,825 days. So exactly 5 years to the day, this one. All right. So let's see what happens. Check this out. So initially sold and purchased March 20th. There's that classic day, Cobby. That classic time, that month where the world kind of started hearing about COVID, right? And this is Buscema, Pencils and Inks. And it was traded on Heritage. And by traded, I mean it was a trade. A buyer and a seller transacted. And $28,800. Feel free to let me know, guys, what you think, if that's high or low. In fact, just for the fun of it, if you guys have opinions on the initial purchase price paid, I would love it. As soon as you see the image, I would love it if you immediately say, you know, yeah, a bit high, a bit low, just right, whatever you want to do. If you want to do that, that'd be fun, just to see what you thought of it at the time, you know. But to me at that time, yeah, given that it's a 15-cent cover, you got a large image of Daredevil with Black Panther, who, you know, ever since the movies has been a very popular character. I felt this was a fine price. You know, I don't know if honestly, I felt maybe it should have been even worth more. I don't know, but I certainly didn't think it was, you know, overpriced by any means, you know. And another Kavi, don't worry, it's coming. We need more Brown brothers to come in, and then you'll get one, I'm sure. 1826 because of leap years. Okay, all right. True. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're correct, but still close enough. Off by one. Yes, sir. 69. We all know Marcus loves the 69, baby. It seems high, but it may be really. This seems high, huh? It may be grail to some. Okay. So guess it makes sense. Still early during pandemic. Yeah, seems about right. Thanks, Rick. Feels right. Yeah, me too. Me too. People collect all sorts of reasons. Exactly. Okay. So anyways, so yeah, so this we go. A lot of people saying that seems about right. Okay, perfect. So let's find out what happened. This is also I think a very, it's going to be a interesting food for thought. Okay, result. Let's check out the result. All right. So once again, as you guys can see, check it out. Just like the last example, right? Right at the 5-year mark, exactly. It did sell for more, right? It sold for $2,200 more, right? So what I keep saying about that magical 5-year number, it does once again prove to be true. Not only in the sense that, okay, it took 5 years for it to start to make money, right? Because it's not a lot, it's not a much higher percentage, right? $2,200 more than the previous sale 5 years earlier. But once again, there we are with the Comic Link reasonable 10% seller's fee, which unfortunately means that it offsets the $2,200 win and turns it into a net $900 loss to the owner's pocket, or in percentage terms, a reasonable, I guess, 10%, you know? So once again, I think this, this is a perfect example, in my opinion, right? I think there's a perfect example that once again shows that the 5-year number I've always touted is right, because obviously, you can't be thinking, yeah, but you said 5 years. Well, this was exactly to the day 5 years, and he still lost a little money. You're wrong. No, I'm not wrong. I said around 5 years. It's obviously not an exact science. We can't calculate it out to the exact day, right? But when I say around 5 years, it's in that neighborhood, right? It's got to be around. So, hold it for at least close to 5 years, whether it's, 4 years and 9 months, or it could be, it might take, 5 years and 7 months, whatever the case may be, but it's around that 5-year mark where the art, when sold at auction, it starts to finally tend to start selling for more and making a profit to the seller when sold at auction, So yeah, I love that example. I think that's another great example of the whole magical, the 5-year hold minimum aspect to all of this, And what we got here, what is clear is that generally speaking, if one purchases on Heritage and sells on Comic Link, there's a good chance of making a loss. Well, that has happened often, but Cab, I have also, I think, shown enough data and seen enough of it and shown it that I think I've proven that regardless of where you sell it, if it's less than 5 years in your collection, regardless of where you bought it, it seems that 85% of the time, even if you resell it at Heritage, it seems that you will lose money. So I think it's fair enough to say that we've seen enough evidence to show it's not just a Comic Link thing, but it's just reselling at auction, which almost guarantees a loss if holding less than 5 years. If one bought the right watch in March 2020, one could get $200 to $400 today. Maybe so, but then again, the risk is still there. You have to have bought the right watch. If you didn't, you wouldn't have made that mark. Maybe for a $30K cover, it should be 10 years, but not necessarily. Like I say, I think if that sells 6 years later, You know, I genuinely believe he it might not go for a ton more, but I believe that it would have gotten enough to where he at least would not have lost money, even when taking the seller fees at the auction house into account, you know? Because at that point, exactly 5 years, he's still just about, you know, breaking even, right? On a $28,800 investment to be only $800 or $900 away from the break-even point. Like, that's really, really close, which coincides with, you know, right, you're right around that 5-year mark. So it seems to me just a little bit longer, you know, maybe a few more months, you know, to a year, I think would have been just enough. And it probably would have, at the very least, gotten him whole completely in the green, you know. So yeah. Code purchase though, yeah, but again, we, you know, Tad Bear, we don't want to speculate. There's too much speculation we can always say about, you know, COVID this, COVID that. You know, it's too much speculation. But the common market back then, people were spending silly. Yeah, but see, that's not an example of that. That's what I was trying to say. That's why I wanted to ask you guys your opinion, because of what it sold for. It didn't sell. I think a lot of us, a handful of us, believe that it sold for a reasonable price. I don't think that it was overpaid in that sense. I think that was a fair price at the time, you know. Aaron says, that's nuts. Beautiful cover. Yeah, it's a great cover for sure. So the only reason to sell this is to upgrade, which is really follows up on what Aaron is saying, right? Yeah, but again, people will sell for whatever reason, right? So, but yeah, very, very, like I said, I love that example because, like I said, I've always said, you know, I pounded the drum about the whole 5-year wait if you're going to sell at auction, and man, that was right exactly on to the day, right? And he came close, but it's not an exact science. So around it, sometimes it's going to be a little bit more, you know, sometimes maybe a little bit less. Okay, so let us go to the next example, everybody. Let me see here. So we've got that one. Okay, so check this out, everybody. And let's remind everybody. Let me remind you all that nobody can ever accuse, and nobody has so far, nobody can ever accuse me of saying, oh, but you're cherry picking. You're only showing stuff by crappy artists or no-name artists. It's pretty clear I have, you know, in the process of doing 4 episodes of this series so far, and now this 5th one, I've shown the gamut of, you know, selection of artists, from no-name artists, sure, to the best and biggest names doing the best titles on the best characters, right? So that's one of the things you can't argue, you know, that, oh, that was the reason that it sold for less. You know what I mean? All right, so let's check this one out. 3rd one tonight. Check it out here. Arthur Adams, folks. Check it out. All right, so here we have Longshot, a page from issue number 6, the double-sized issue, the last issue of the miniseries. And once again, this is a very recent example, purchased on Comic Link. And this is one, guys. I'm gonna prop you. I'm gonna prep you guys, okay, right away, to start putting in your comments right away. Because I'm going to say right off the bat, I'll tell you right away, I believe this is one of those examples where the primary reason this one sold, yes, it was resold too soon. That's absolutely a fact. You can't dispute that, right? But I believe even more important than that in this case is the fact that I believe it was overbought to begin with. This is one of those examples I think was highly, highly overpaid on, and that's what I want you guys to chime in on and let me know what you think. So this one was last summer, June 2024, right? So last summer, 7,000, let's call it 7,500 bucks, right? Art Adams, Whilce Portacio, beautiful art, no doubt, right? But again, you got to break it down. This is how I always say, you got to break, when you're trying to figure out the value of a page, right? You got to break it down to its unifying components. In this case, as I always say, let me come back to you guys. I always say You know, you'll hear people, a lot of veterans even in this hobby, who will tell you, oh, the single most important determinant of price, of value on a page is artist. Listen, we can argue till the cows come home, and some of those guys will never agree with me, and I will never agree with them. But I'm here to tell you, as I've said many, many times, it's not artist. Artist is secondary. Primarily, it is content. Okay? Content. And within that primary factor of content is character. Character. That's what matters more. And then secondarily, artist. What artist on those characters? Fantastic artist here. Everybody knows it. Everybody who loves Arthur Adams remembers this series, right? And you could say, okay, beautiful art, right? Yes, but like I say, let's break it down to its unifying components. You got Ricochet Rita, you know, yes. Was she a major part of that series? Sure. You've got Spiral, a great image in the first panel, right? And she's a greatly designed. I find she's got a great design, right? Her character design is fantastic. I love Spiral's character design as a whole, right? And I know a lot of people do too. But let's be honest. Let me come back to you. Let's be honest. As far as value, when you're talking about the value that a character brings to a company, to collectors, what monetary value could you possibly ascribe to Spiral and to Ricochet Rita? Okay, and you guys know I tell you the truth. Okay, I don't sugarcoat the stuff. You're gonna hear the truth from me. Okay, and you guys know, those of you who are too shy to admit it publicly or not, I know that a lot of you agree. They have no value. By and large, on their own, they carry no financial value, right? The most important factor about the content on this page is not what's there, but rather what's not there. Longshot is the only character of monetary value on pages within that series. There's no Longshot. So really, if you don't have Longshot, right, and you just have the supporting characters, you really, as I strongly suggest, you really think twice before you decide to pay, you know, $7,500 for pages where nice looking Longshot pages that have Longshot and Ricochet Rita and or Spiral have sold for $7,500 to, let's say, $11,000 or what have you, right? $7,500 is not enough of a discount for a page that doesn't have Longshot, because the other components of content do not, on their own, without Longshot, carry almost any value. You're really just buying the name of the artist at this point. You're buying the artwork, the beauty of the Arthur Adams, Whilce Portacio artwork. So to me, this one was way overpaid for. And yes, it was, check it out, it was on Comic Link. It happens at times, right? So let me put that back up for you. $7,451. All right. And yeah, let me jump into you guys, because these comments started coming in real quick. Let me see what you think. And thank you again, everybody, for the likes. Appreciate it. Thank you, Nikki, for rallying them. Appreciate that very much. A great comment, Cab. Thank you so much. And oh yeah, these are the ones from the earlier. Okay, sorry. Let me go. Quick flip. Okay, yes. So current 5-year gap we're in is pretty interesting. All exactly, because we have the pandemics and yeah, exactly. All these things as extra variables. Exactly, Coffee. Good points. Thank you. Good, great points, actually, you know. More common now, quick flip. Seems to be the price point that brought more pages out. Possible. If sold for less so soon, I believe it, but the people who want them are out there. True, but without Longshot on it? Hydra thinks 3 to 4K. That's kind of where I was at, Hydra. Exactly in that range, without Longshot, you know? Got to keep it separated. Someone got a great deal, hopefully, who love the series. Hey, Evgeny, what's up, pal? The content of your character. What's good? What's good? What's good? Combination of factors which differ from collector to collector, so there's no real basis for generalization. Great point, Cab. And yes, thank you, CJ. Everybody, please hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. Would appreciate that. So for Longshot, it's the artist. Yeah, but it's Longshot as well. Like he's got enough, fans where it's a combination of artist and character. You know what I mean? So what's the resale price? I'm going to put it. I prefer a good spiral page than not. Interesting. Yes. I appreciate you being willing, DJ, to come out and admit that. That's great because we're not all the same, right? I love that. So thank you. But you are, admittedly, you are definitely, I believe you would be in the vast minority, right? But I also think, though, however, DJ, that you also think that Longshot would have more value. And therefore, I think as a collector, you would probably still, even though you prefer to have a spiral focus page, I think you also still believe that you would expect to pay less for a spiral page than for one with Longshot. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Tirade, you know me. Last panel. This kind of page is like owning an ASM McFarlane page with no Spider-Man. Right, exactly. Early Art Adams, exactly. And yeah, Spiral Mojo, a major factor? No, exactly. Thank you. But yes, it's overvalued. Thank you, DJ. We're up at Stain. What's good, buddy? If you want an Arthur Adams page, maybe it's all you can get. No, but for this series, they're out there, so you can get now. Not a super page, overpay. Thanks, Aaron. Dan says if Spiral was a little more impressive, not defeated with that change, a little bit, but if it was still only in one panel, Dan, it could go either way. But even if it did improve it, it wouldn't be by that much. It's negligible. It would be a negligible change because it's still only one panel. Longshot's still an active character. Yeah, I think he's out there. But even if he wasn't, a lot of the longtime X-Men fans just, they have good memories of him. They still like him, Recently picked up 2 Spiral's mystery sketches. That's cool. Yeah, she's got a great design, Dan. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying there's a difference. This so soon is the Longshot. Exactly, Rick. Guys, I'm just saying that there's a big difference between loving a character and loving, let's say, the way the character looks, right? I love a lot of character designs, and I love the character, reading the character, but I'm also aware that as far as monetary value in comic books and comic art, they don't really carry any or very little. You know what I mean? So if there's no direct correlation. You can have a really cool looking character or one that's fun to read. It doesn't mean that they have enough of a following that people will pay up for their artwork appearances, So here is the resale, guys. So from just under $7,500, this is what happened. So April of 2025, 10 months later, so just still under a year, it sold at Heritage for $43.20. So think about this, guys. Keep in mind what a hammering this person took, right? Because yes, just if we compare prices, the sales price alone, on that basis alone, there's already a $3,100 loss, right? Or like almost $3,200 loss just on the sales price. But now you're talking Heritage. So what you see here, for those of you who are new to this series, what you see there, why you see 2 prices, it's because the first price is the absolute, it's like the net loss to the person's pocket, right? The very minimum this person lost out of pocket was $3,851. And that is only if this person is lucky enough to have a deal with Heritage where Heritage does not charge them any seller's fee, okay? But a lot of people these days are getting charged at least a 10% negotiated seller's fee. And if that's the case, that if that's the deal that this seller had, then he actually lost $4,211 out of pocket. So that's why it's like two prices there. And so it's either at least a 51.68 to or a 56.51% loss in percentage terms, you know? So that's brutal. That's over half the money, you know? Yeah. And like I said, I think, you know, thank you. Yeah, man, like, I think that's what I was saying earlier about buying badly. I think it kind of proves it, you know? And like I said, you could have had, see that at 7,500 range, you should have been able to get a page with Longshot. I mean, at the very minimum, in one or two panels, you know what I mean? To have no Longshot whatsoever, wow. I feel like if he had held, right, even if he held on to the page, I have my doubts that even another, say, 4 years from now, he could break even selling it at auction. You know? Because think about it. Selling at auction, right? Selling at auction, he would, like, let's say he sent it into Heritage. 4 years from now, you would have to think that, first of all, he would need, think about this very, very, very carefully and clearly, guys. Even if he had held on to it, imagine this, okay? In order to get his money back, not even a profit, just his money back, okay? Can you guys imagine, because this is what it would take. Let's say he held on for 4 years because of the fact that he already held on for almost 1 year, okay? So it would be a 5-year total. Can any of you guys admit, would you think that another 4 years from now, could you see this piece reselling at auction at let's say Heritage for $9,000? That's my question to you. Because that's what it would take. It would have to sell for $9,000, and hold your horses here. Not only would it have to sell for $9,000 minimum, but even if it sold for $9,000, this guy would have to be somebody who was fortunate enough to have a no seller fee deal in place. All right. He would have to not have any seller's fee at all taken off the price in order for him to make his money back, just to break even. Does anybody believe that that could happen? You know? I don't understand why a buyer would invest so much. It's like, yeah, I know. We keep saying that. Have a good dinner, Nikki. Thank you for dropping in and for rallying the likes. Appreciate it. Thought he was going to settle. It's going to settle it in Heritage. Huh? Whatever he was trying, it didn't work. Person new to the hobby. Why would you assume that? I don't think so. Because to assume that, Hyder, is to assume that all these examples I've shown over the last 4 episodes plus, right? Why don't we assume the same thing all the time? You can't. There's too many assumptions we can make for, again, the reasons why these sellers sell so soon, you know? Okay. Nobody answered me about whether you think it would actually be able to sell for 9,000 plus 4 years from now. So we're going to move on. Don't bother now because there's at least 10-second delay between when I speak and when I can see your messages. Turning to profit was a long shot. Exactly. Market is also undercut with how many CGC sketches Art is doing. First of all, I didn't know he was doing a bunch of CGC sketches, but come on, Marcus, you know that CGC, forget CGC, you know sketches are not the same as published art. Most people who buy those types of sketches, and most of them, not all, but most of them tend to be people that are into sketches. You know, they're not typically guys who look for the published pages. So I don't think that comes into play. You could also assume they found the new shiny toy and went the lazy route. Well, yeah, you can assume a lot of things. That's my point, is we can always assume a lot of things for the reasons for people doing what they do, right? In any case, I think that was an interesting example of, like I say, I believe the primary example in that case was badly bought to, overpaid to begin with. Because yes, I personally do not believe they would break even if they held on for 5 years instead of 10 months like they did. But okay, let us move on. The next example, everyone, is this one. All right, so a beautiful, beautiful Curt Swan Murphy Anderson, as we love to affectionately call them, Swanderson, Superman page. So this was originally purchased, as you can see right there, in early COVID, May 2020. So $2,280 at Heritage. Let me first tell you guys what I feel about this page. So first of all, as far as Swan Anderson pages go, this is a beautiful page. Artistically beautiful. Anderson's inks are usually very nice, but there is a difference. Every now and then there are issues that are not quite as beautiful and they don't have quite as refined brushwork. This is a really quite a beautiful example. And the content is also, I think, really cool. It's got great looking Superman images. It's got those great devil characters, which I really do think are really, really cool. And I think a lot of people do too. And let me see here. Hold on. What was I looking at? Oh, according to Hydra, the previous example we showed, the Longshot by Arthur Adams. Nice page, just not a 7K page. Absolutely. And what's up, Carlito? The devil made them do it. Yeah, so what I wanted to tell you guys here about this page, in my opinion, feel free to give me yours right now. See, here's the thing. A beautiful in terms of aesthetically, okay, the art, the actual Swan Anderson art, great example. The content, right? Character content, I think is really nice, right? The images you get, very, very nice. And I do believe that this is what you would call an above average example, right? Like a top tier example compared to, all the, the average Swan Anderson Superman page from, let's say, that era, okay? But like Marcus was saying earlier, let me put it up here. Swan Anderson, the first problem is that they have always been very, very common, okay? And you could make the argument, sure, they're common, but most of the ones you found over the years were the sort of uglier ones with the text Blaisdell inking from the throughout the 70s or the 80s. While the Swanderson are nicer. And that's true. That's true. Okay. But let me tell you guys that at this time, around 2020, for many years, and Marcus can back me up on this, I think, for many years leading up to 2020, Swan Anderson or Swan whoever, anybody, Swan Superman pages from the 70s, they pretty much could be found for an average of $400 to $450. Okay. Now, with that in mind, let me say that, and yes, pre-crisis, the stories are absolutely meaningless. So that never applies any value either. Monetary value, enjoyment, sure, to some people, right? But not true. No, it's true. He's right. In terms of adding value to the original art, it's correct, Hydra. Pre-crisis, nobody cared about Superman. That's just a fact. Very few people read Superman or cared about the art. Even today. But yeah, so you feel it's 1K tops. All right. So what I want to say is, given that the average price at the time was $450, and I do believe this is, a really strong above average example, and it's kind of like a 45% splash panel also. In my mind, when this came up, I was thinking anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200. I would have been comfortable in that range and say, you know what? Absolutely, I could see that. And look at that. I see you saying 1,000, and I now see Rich there coming in with 1,250. So yeah, so you guys are in the same boat as I am, right? Okay, so we can agree then that before we even see what it resold for, we can agree that this was, once again, like the previous example, badly bought. That's going to be, I think, the main reason this lost money at resale, because badly bought to begin with. Great page, absolutely a beautiful page to buy. But since there's never been a strong demand and there's a lot more supply than there is demand, yeah, a 1 to 2 time, let's say like a 2 to 2.5 times multiple, right? That would be reasonable, right? Definitely not 233. So yeah, a 2.5 time multiple, I'm okay with that, right? But this guy paid what? A 4.5 times multiple? That's like X-Men, Spider-Man, Wolverine multiples. You don't do that, you know? You better trust us, Kavi. We wouldn't lie to you. All right. So, yeah, you don't do 4.5 times multiples of what they normally go for on Superman, right? Like it's not X-Men. That's X-Men level multiple, right? Wolverine, Spider-Man. So badly bought. Unfortunate. I feel bad for the buyer and who became the reseller because it's a beautiful page. And guess what? They did hold on to it for longer than most people do. Let's see what he did. Let's see what happened here, guys. So check it out. Literally 4 years, 354 days later. So literally only 11 days short of 5 full years he held on to it. Okay. And sadly, unlike the previous example, in this case, we can't even say that, okay, it was close to 5 years. It was just around the 5-year mark. So at least he came close to breaking even. Nope. In this case, it's not the fault of the 5-year thing, right? Of the 5-year aspect, right? The 5-year minimum. This is, as I said, proof positive, that it was just badly bought. That's the main reason. Selling for 1,680, I mean, you're already right there. You're already losing like $600 some odd dollars, but then you lose another 10%. You lose a lot more because it was at Heritage. Sorry, he chose to resell it at Heritage. So ultimately, the net loss, you check out the net loss on a percentage term level, at minimum, he took a 38.6%. That's more than a third of his money he lost after 5 years, right? And if he didn't, if he wasn't lucky enough to have a great, no fee terms at Heritage, right? No seller fees, right? He would have paid at least 10%, which means if he did, he lost 1,020 of his $2,200. Or in other words, almost half, like 44.74%. But yeah, again, you held on to it long enough, and he did great doing that. I'm happy he did that. Unfortunately, overpaying was what really worked against him. And it's really unfortunate because, like I said, I love that page. That's a page you buy and keep. And yes, he did keep it for longer than most people tend to. But when you overpay to begin with on something that is common, right? Common with not a very strong following, there's a lot more supply than demand. You're even then you need way more than 5 years. That's when you're kind of looking at, boy, I hope you pay, when you have overpaid for something like that, I hope you hold on to at least 10 years, It's unfortunate, but beautiful page. I love the page. In the last 5 years, the prices for Swanderson pages typically, yeah, exactly, Lee. They I was telling you, up until that time, up until 2020, for many years, they averaged around 450, and then in the last few years, they started to creep up into that range you're talking about. Matt Canary? You mean Matt Kennedy? I explained it at the beginning, so either go look for somewhere in the first 10 minutes of the show and catch the rewind, and I've talked about it there. Bowed out politely, yes. Yeah, no action, no biggie, villain. That doesn't matter, TJ. For Superman, you have to understand. Superman, one of the things that has kept him from becoming or remaining, because when he first came out, there wasn't many superheroes, really. He was like really the first one, the first true superhero, right? Other than pulp characters. So he was very popular, in the first decade or two, maybe, of his existence. But as the industry grew and more characters were created, and people realized, Superman, he's way too powerful. It's not realistic. The stories are all very silly. People kind of lost interest, and they glommed on to all the other, variety of characters that were out there. And that never changed, sadly, and that's why he's probably not been a top tier character since the 50s or so, and on top of that, they never created a great rogues gallery for him. It's not even a good one. It's all a bunch of fruitcake loser type villains that make you think like, what, like any kind of superhero with even the weakest powers could beat these villains. Like, why would they put these losers up against Superman? You know what I mean? And that is a big reason that I feel has continued over the last 50 years to help promote the fact that, it's not a hero to be that interesting, There's so many heroes out there competing for your attention now, or ever since then. And that's the thing. So it's okay. As long as for pre-crisis Superman stuff, as long as you have interesting imagery, the supporting characters, they don't really matter, as long as you have, nice Superman images. And in this case, everybody knows that the stories were silly, right? Most of the pre-crisis stories were all silly for the most part. But as long as you have cool looking images, even if the story was silly, people are happy to buy it if they like the art, Maybe they just wanted to cut their losses. That's very true. Again, that's just stuff we can only speculate on. First panel helped it stand out. Absolutely. TV shows. Yeah. Superman more interesting than Captain America. Well, I don't know if a lot of people would agree on that. But great page. Two guys just got excited for it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Tom. All right. Let us check out the next example, everyone. Let me see here. And for that, we jump back to Marvel. And here's another one. I know exactly. I'm going to rant about this too. All right. I know why this immediately you can see. You should know why you couldn't make money on this. Regardless of how long he held on to it. It doesn't even, again, matter. Check this out. All right. So I look at this, guys, and this is what I foresee happens at auction, okay? I see people who are Avengers fans look at this like, oh, and they think, oh, Avengers, right? Because Avengers is a big Marvel title. Big Marvel characters. They've had, they've always been some, they've had some of the biggest characters at Marvel in their group, in their team, right? And also, some great Avengers movies at the cinemas, right? Oh, Avengers are popular. And first page splash. I think that's the primary thing that bidders, at least the top two bidders, are thinking. When they see a page like this, I think they get so caught up in the double whammy of, ooh, Avengers, and it's a splash page. Oh, and I guess triple whammy. Oh, it's at this point, you guys, I guess you could kind of say it's vintage now. It's like over 30 years, right? I think they get caught up in that and they just overpay, right? So let me $1,900, sorry, $1,920, right? Let me jump in and be with you guys here now. Well, I'm assuming it's Odin, and I'm great. How awesome is it that we have Aaron Odin's son here to give us his opinion? Aaron, I want to see, because I'm always honest. I want to see how honest you can be, okay? As long as you tell me what you truly believe, all right? King Tuna seems okay, interesting. I think overbought big time, in my opinion, Maki. I think, for me, I was thinking it shouldn't be more than 12 to 15. Even 15 to me seems strong, but I wouldn't have put it past going to 15. I just feel like it shouldn't be worth that much. Okay. Buy that, but not to resell. Okay. Very cool. It's interesting. It's interesting that you say that, Kavi. Okay. So Aaron and Kavi, I'm going to be very interested to see what you think about what I'm going to say here. Says Olympia, so Zeus. Look, Rick, I think it's Odin. I'm assuming it's Odin. Let's just assume it's Odin. If it's not, oh my God, this is going to be even worse. Okay, whatever we say goes double for it not being Odin. I'm assuming it's Odin. Hannibal Lecter. Don't know about the price, 1,500. Right. So that's what I'm saying. So okay, Rick feels 14. Yeah. So I'm in that range, right? 12 to 15. I'm there, but almost 2,000. I feel like for what? Okay, another one. So 15 seems okay. Probably sold for 1450. Kinda a Neptune spear. I know. 1365 is the guess. Okay. So I want to hear your guesses, because let me just rant a bit and say, again, when we do the breakdown, okay, when you're buying art, you have to have the ability to know how to separate your love for the characters, titles that are involved, right? And the value that those characters have in the open market versus the value that they have to you in sentiment, okay? Because they don't align typically, other than for the most popular characters. They're typically unaligned, okay? So it's like we were talking about earlier with the Longshot versus Ricochet Rita versus Spiral, okay? I look at this and I'm like, $1,900. Let's call it $2,000. You basically paid $2,000, especially if you had to pay, shipping taxes, right? Okay, so $2,000. But I look at that and I think, right? And just my honest, humble opinion, that I look at that and I break down the components and I say, okay, yes, it is an Avengers from 30 years ago or whatever, 30 plus years ago. It is from Avengers, and it is a splash. But again, people get so caught up, I find, in our hobby with the whole idea that, well, splashes are worth more than panel pages. Covers first, then splashes, and then, all the variety of splashes, half splash, three-quarter splash, that stuff. And then panel page. You get so caught up in that I see so many people overvalue splashes, because ultimately, it's what I always say. The ultimate determining factor for value of art is content. And underneath a content umbrella, the number one factor of the content is character. Okay, so you should not get carried away with thinking, but it's an Avengers splash. Because to that, I think most people say, who gives a shit? There are no Avengers on it. Who is on it? Is it an Avenger? No. Who is it? And again, we're not even sure. It's not Zeus. I'm assuming, let's just go with the assumption that it is Odin. If it's Odin, again, I ask, who cares? You may love to read comics with Odin, so you could be an Odin fan. But when you're buying the art, Odin, I'm sorry to tell you, to you Odin fans, Odin carries zero value as a character in original art. Okay? There's no swath of people out there in the hobby trying to track down Odin appearances on original art. There may be one. Aaron may be one of them. I don't know. But by himself, he carries no value. So guess what happens? You have to value this page strictly on the basis of it's a splash from the Avengers title. But you have to know how to separate those two factors from the most important one, which is content. The content has next to no value. Okay, it's not even Thor, who is at least one Avenger. It's the father of Thor. You understand? So you have to know, even if you love Thor, Sorry, if you love Odin, that's cool. But $1,200 is more than good enough. If you want to push it to 15, like everybody else here is saying, okay, like that's good. No more though. Why would you go to $2,000 or almost $2,000? So that's what I feel happened here. Okay, that's how I feel about this. I feel it was overbought, overpaid again. All right. Before I show it, let me quickly catch a couple of comments here. There's 2 Ravens, and it's fucking Odin. Paul Ryan, Avengers full page title splash with Philip. Philip, come on, bro. That doesn't mean anything. Yes, again, like I said, Avengers name. The Avengers name has some value. The fact that it's a title splash has some value. But Odin, the Odin part doesn't have any significant value. That's the thing. Guessing from Marcus already. Tony got raw deal. Odin is a minus. I know, Philip, it doesn't matter, but this is what I'm saying. An Avenger splash with Odin should not be worth $2,000. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you shouldn't buy it. I'm not saying you shouldn't be a fan of Odin. I'm just saying you have to know how to value, separate the difference in value between a character that carries no value by himself and the splash page and title factor, you know? Simonson X Factor page, it sold for 15 a few years ago. I was completely blown away by how much it was, as there weren't many early in it. Right, it's because the rarity factor plays a big component in that we're up in Stain. And I have a Simonson page examples coming up. I don't know if it's tonight. If it's not tonight, it's in the next episode. I guess it's all about how meaningful the piece is. To me, it's about the looks of the art. But yes, yeah, artists tend to look at it that way, though, Yevgeny. Artists tend to look more in terms of the aesthetic, you know? But as a collector, you have to, there's so many more factors other than just the aesthetic. And that's what you have to know how to value, all the different factors. You know how to recognize all the different factors and how to value them. How to at least understand which of those factors, you know, are more important than each other, you know? So excited, and you just can't hide it. Pointer Sisters. Greg Oden was injured. What? Greg Oden? He was like, as soon as he was drafted, he started getting injured, right? That's the guy from Ohio State, right? He's a no-din. My whole art collecting started in 2018. This seems reasonable, interesting. Not one to buy, to flip, better than a lame unknown of it. Okay, well, listen, we'll see in a moment as I show you what happens on the resale. What happened, Aaron? Content-wise feels niche image-wise. Of course it is. Very, very few people would really care about just Odin by himself, you know? Maybe it's Loki pretending to be Odin. What did Odin do to me? Cecil, I would have bought it. Yeah, for sure. Show us where Odin hurt you. American Guys TV show made Odin hot. Did it? You underestimate the old lady fans. Nice. Please tell me you have a Corsair title flashback. All right, let me show it to you guys. Let me show it to you. Here we go. Where is it? All right. So, quick reminder. March 22. Okay, so March 22. So basically just over 3 years ago. Okay, 1920, and then sold January of 24. 1 year, 10 months later, and look at that. It sold for only $13.20, but it sold at Heritage. Right? So it's bad enough. Think about it this way, guys. It's bad enough if he didn't have any seller fees, right? If you don't have seller fees, like if you got to keep, like, let's say you didn't even lose the buyer fee, right? Nobody gets that, okay? Let's just pretend that in a hypothetical world, right? You were somebody who you're best friends with Jim Halperin, and he does you a favor, right? He does you the favor of consigning this piece for you, and he tells you he's going to give you all the money. You get every penny that the buyer pays, right? So even if he gave you every dollar of the $1,320, you still lost $600. You're still a full 33% down, right? After less than 2 years. But because he sold it not only less than 2 years later, but also at Heritage, unwise choice because of their fee structure makes it very, very much more difficult to come close to breaking even. He loses much more, right? So instead, if he's lucky and he doesn't get charged the seller's fee, he still loses $820, which is still 42+%. If he paid, let's say, the average 10% seller fee, then he lost almost half of the money. Come on, guys, 48.44. So I think in this example, I think, the fact that the sales price was $13.20, just like a lot of us were talking, I was okay with 12 to 15. That's where it resold at, right? At retail, that's the top price paid by the buyer. So I think those of us who guessed between 12 and 15, I think we were right with that. So that's one thing this shows, but it also shows, 1900 is too much for just Odin by himself, right? Plus you sold it way too early. But in this case, in my opinion, again, the most important determining factor in getting your ass handed to you was overvaluing what Odin by himself should be worth. It really doesn't matter if it's a splash page to an Avengers comic. Ultimately, you're buying artwork, right? It's the imagery that you're buying. What are you buying? And you just got an image of, Odin or Zeus or whoever it was. And there you have it. A dealer would have this for $5,000. I don't believe that they're that bad. I don't believe that it would be that bad. Look at Marcus. Marcus doesn't even agree. He thinks it's still $13.20 is too much. I disagree with that, Marcus. I think, like we said, 12 to 15. I think it's fair. I still wouldn't buy it at that price, to be honest, because again, for me, I feel like I don't ascribe any value to the Odin. I feel like all the value would just be in owning that piece is just to say, well, I've got this subpar Avengers splash if you want it. That's my only interest. And so I feel like $1,000. Okay, $1,000 so I can say, well, it's an Avengers splash, title splash. That's it. And I feel like that's a price at which I could eventually maybe get 12 to 15 out of it. I'm not I would never pay at a price where I'm valuing, monetarily speaking, the Odin being there, Odin image, It will sell on his site. Whose site? Just notice that the name of the person it was inscribed to was sharpied out. Don't you hate when people do that? Well, like, what are these people doing? That's awful. He knew it would be spotlighted on this show. I've only been doing this series for less than a year, I believe. I don't remember the month we did to 2024. I don't think it's been a year yet, though. So I doubt anybody really is listening just yet, Rick. I believe a dealer did have it. Really? Wow. Well, that's definitely ridiculous. Laughable, like literally laughable, but whatever. The anti-Odin crew, Rincito and Marcus. But if Odin was wearing a Speedo in the rain. There you go. That's what I'm saying. You can appreciate his knees, right? Yeah. Okay. Just let me quickly say, welcome to those of you who are tuning in late. Appreciate you. You've got a great crew here tonight watching. 6 of you. Fantastic. Appreciate it. Those of you watching, if you haven't done so already, it doesn't give me any money. Okay. So if you don't mind, it's just encouragement. Okay. It's just to help motivate me to keep doing this every week. If you don't mind hitting that thumbs up icon somewhere here below, I would really appreciate it. It's all I ask. You don't have to subscribe to the channel if you don't want to. But that would be nice. I'd appreciate that. And those of you watching on Rewind, please, none of you, well, a few of you do. Leave me a comment after you finish. Let me know what you liked or didn't like. Let me know your thoughts about what we spoke about. Leave me a comment if you can. I respond to every comment. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate it. What's up? What's good? Speaking of people who are here, Antoine, what's good? Correct. The correct Norse mythos of Odin published has some value. Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, we are talking about Thor's Odin from Marvel Comics, and that's how it is. Thank you for letting me know, CJ. Thank you, everybody. Only a few of you, wow, only a handful of you who haven't clicked the like. So thank you to everybody who has supported me. And I don't want to say, I hate saying that because then people think, oh, what do you mean? Is it giving him money? He's making money? Fuck that. I don't want to, I'm going to take off that like, you know. I don't make any money. It costs me money to do this and a lot of time and effort, okay? There's no money in this for me. So I appreciate you, those of you who have done that. That's awesome. If the handful of you who are still watching who haven't done so, please just do so. It doesn't hurt you, and it only takes a second. Maybe worth less if not tied to Marvel. Yeah, exactly, Marcus. Larry, what's happening? You want to comment after I finish? Who are you, my wife? I could be if you want me to. Nah, I'm taking. What's happening? What's good with you, Larry? There's a friend I like to see every now and then. I'd like to see you every week, but hey, I get it. Thanks for dropping by, man. I do it for the love. Listen, Carlos, I always say, you gotta love this hobby to do this, right, every week. And again, you guys don't see the behind the scenes work that goes into it. But it's a lot, especially since it's all done by myself. I do everything, no helper, whatever, you know. You have to love the hobby to do this like this every week. I have never taken a week off so far. And I believe, I don't know, this might be exactly 3 years without taking a week off. I know that it was about a few weeks ago that I realized, I was only 5 weeks away from the 3-year anniversary, you know? So this might be it. I don't know, or it might be next week or the week after. But yeah, you gotta love it. That's all I get from it. But really, it's you guys. It's you guys that we all hang out together. You guys know that. It's the interaction with all of us. That's what I love so much, you know. So again, thanks all of you for being here. And those of you who only get to watch it on V1. Amazing track record. Thank you, CJ. Really appreciate it. It means a lot. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Bye Odin. And Aaron Odin's son. I'm sorry about what happened. But yeah, let us check out the next one. What do we have queued up here? Yes. So let me know about this one, guys. I've said this before. Not an artist that I've ever really cared for. A little bit, you know, as a guy who's more interested in standard cartooning, you know, regular comic booky art, and also veering more towards realism. Yeah, it's just never strongly appealed to me. But he's got a huge following and big prices to match. So let's check this one out first, shall we? All right, so Marvel Comics presents number 99 cover with, let's face it, it's Ghost Rider, and I'm thinking it's prime Sam Keith, right? Prime time Sam Keith. It's a prime time Ghost Rider piece, super, super popular and hot when this was published. And it has what most collectors love in a cover, which is the main character, you know, full body pose for you, right? You see him full body standing there. So it's got a lot of good things going for it, as well as the popular artist, right? So this sold for at Hakes, $29,000. So let's call it $146 short of $30,000, right? So it's about $30,000, and this was last summer. Okay, so obviously this person resold in less than a year. All right. As far as what it sold for, what he purchased it for, I'm not a big Keith fan. I don't follow his values a lot, so I can't tell you if this was overpriced or, you know, in the market range. I have seen very, very expensive covers that are even more expensive than this. So to me, my gut was telling me that the price was normal. Let me know what you think, though, because Tom, you're sounding scared. Carlos, you're admitting that it's quality Keith. Michael, though, is saying way overpriced. Marcus going the other way and saying that Keith, Marvel Comics Presents, has value. Tom going again the other way, like a ping pong match here, saying that somebody got carried away. So yeah, it looks like the views are split. The opinions are split. That it seems some of you think it's overpriced. Some of you think, yeah, this seems normal. All right, well, let's discuss it a little bit more when we see what happened on the resale. Oh, and Coffee says these are popular with 90s kids, but for me, I couldn't spend that on this. Oh yeah, me too. Or or any art. Yeah, right. Too much. Good, but not one of the top ones. Okay, fair enough. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a big fan, so I wouldn't know if this is considered not a top one or not, you know? All right, so let me show you what happened here on the resale. 9 months later, sold at Heritage for $19,200. Guys, tell me, I need you guys. I know opinions seem to be split right now, but you got to tell me. I need to see more opinions because, yeah, I need to see if we can get, you know, the opinion swaying more to one side or the other, in so far as whether it was badly purchased to begin with, in 2024 or not. Was 30,000 too much? Was it fair? You know, is it possible that it was a fair price, but this resale, it went too cheaply? I don't, you know, again, I'm not familiar with Keith's pricing very much. So for me, all I can tell you is what the facts are. The facts are is that the poor seller held, you know, he tied up almost $30,000 only so that he could lose at the very least almost $14,000. Think about that. $14,000 burned up in flames in only 9 months. I mean, that has to hurt so badly, you know? I feel like I always empathize with people. And that's another reason why I do these shows. I want people, I'm hoping over a long period of time, people will start to catch on, and people who do like to flip and resell too soon, I hope that they start sort of taking this advice to heart. The data, forget the advice, take the data, right? The data that I'm showing is proof positive that it's not a good idea to resell stuff at auction if you've held it for less than 5 years, you know? And I empathize. It hurts. I would be crying from now to eternity if I took a beating like this after 9 months. 14,000. And again, we don't know what kind of deal he had with Heritage. He may have lost 15,500, right? Bottom line is he lost anywhere from, it's either 46.5% to 51.77%. Dear Lord, that is terrifying. Terrifying. So let me come back to you guys and let's talk about this a bit. I know a bunch of comments have come in already. Somebody said, "Hey, Paul, which Paul? Is it Mike Pauly?" Aaron. Oh, Fred Chamberlain. What's going on? Hold on. Where am I catching up here? Holy crap, a whole bunch of comments came in. Where do I start from? Let me see. Sorry, guys. I just kind of lost track here. With all the Odin comments from earlier. Okay. So, Aaron says, it's no Odin. Agree. And then Fred. Hey, good evening, Fred. What's good, buddy? Ouch. Aaron thinks still too high at 19K? Explain yourself, Aaron. Explain yourself why. Explain yourself why, because you could be completely wrong. I feel like you're completely wrong. I'm pretty sure I've seen plenty MCP covers with popular characters sell for way more than $19,000. Oh my God, you too, Maki Boo Boo? Still overpriced at 19.2. Wow. Wow. Well, I appreciate the thoughts, guys, because like I said, you know, I do know a lot about the market, but I don't know everything. I still learn stuff from you guys all the time. And that's why I love when you guys can drop knowledge for me. That's great, right? I'm always willing to look for and add more knowledge to my database up here. Seems like a course correction. Well, it seemed pretty big one. Keith is interesting, but not known for GR, and it's a secondary series. I know, but like I said, I'm pretty sure his MCP covers have sold for more. It is, Paulie! I've been watching for a while tonight. Really enjoying it. Wow, that's awesome. Yay! Thanks, man. Glad to see you pop in. It's a long time since you popped into one of my shows, man. So cool to see you. And you got Kavi saying hello too. Hey, Rickster as well. Damn. Cover value. And by the way, Paul, you're great for this kind of a show because I know you're good with these values and you can also add something to the proceedings. So you think the cover value lies somewhere in the middle of the two results. Interesting. You see? So far, interestingly enough, it seems we've got not that many people have opinions on the price, but what few opinions we do have are leaning more towards even 19,000 being too much, you know? What sounds like something you would do, Dan? Reselling and losing 13 to 15,000 on a piece? Mike, you're telling me that it has to hurt. Hey, Rick, it was Hakes. What does that mean, though? I don't know what that means. I'm still trying to determine if it really was expensive at 30 grand. Paul thinks that somewhere between, well, listen, 19, it was close to 20, right? It was just hundreds short of 20. And then hundreds short of 30. So let's round it up, right? We call it 20 grand or 30 grand the first time, 20 grand the second time. So really, Paul, what you're saying is somewhere in between. So 25-ish is what you feel. But a couple of guys think that even at 19, it's high. So that's really interesting, you know? Are there examples of positive flips like this where someone makes this kind of money? Well, I can tell you what the data has shown me that I have since used on these episodes, Sean, to prove to people what happens is that if you're selling at auction and you've held it for less than 5 years, approximately 85% of these resales lose money and only approximately 15 have made money. From all the examples that I've seen myself, so far I've shown something in the neighborhood of 65 publicly to you guys on these shows. But I have many more examples in the wings, waiting in the wings for future episodes. I've seen at least 105 total examples. And based on all those examples, yeah, it's like an 85% losing rate and 15% making money rate. Again, keep in mind, specifically, it's for things sold in less than 5 years at auction. Okay, those two things have to combine. And to answer your question, this is something else that I will one day do a show on. It's been very, very hard to find examples of, though. But if you're talking about examples of people who held for less than 5 years and sold at auction and made money, there are examples, but they've been so hard to come by, right? They're much rarer. They're the exception rather than the rule. That, again, this is my 5th episode doing the show this way. I still don't have, and I show 15 examples per episode, and then we discuss each one, right? So even after all these examples, so this is my fifth episode, and I have enough examples for 2 more episodes. So let's say a total of 7 total episodes. And out of all those examples, I have so far I don't have enough examples for a 15 example episode of what you're talking about, examples that made money. But I think I'm almost there, enough for 1 episode. So yeah, once I get to it, I'll be doing an episode on that. And marginal price was bloated. Okay, so another one saying it was overpriced.
I like these Stop the Insanity shows, especially if Ruben doesn't showcase a piece that I lost my shirt on by reselling it up. Paulie, one of your pieces is coming up, but not tonight. I didn't choose it for tonight. So maybe in the next episode. But it's coming. And yes, it is you. You never know, you could be next. That's right. 10K would be a steal. 15 is about right, in your opinion. Wow. Good evening, Peter. What's happening, dude? Agreed. AP. Antoine. I don't follow Keith's pricing. In this isolated case, it's a high-profile item and too quick of a resale. Where it sold seems a bit expensive, but not by much. Okay. You might be more in the Paul category who feels, maybe 25 would have still been okay. That's cool. It's good to see the varied opinion. I would say it's fair enough to say now that opinion seems split on people thinking 19 still way too much and people thinking that maybe around 25 is okay, you know? Yeah, mid-20s. Yeah, that's it. So hoping that's the case. You have a comparable one. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. No, it's whatever. It's your opinion, and that's good. And I want to get as many opinions as I can, you know. Scott, what's happening, dude? Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you, man. You're giving a great education here. I feel like these examples are from speculators and not people buying what they love. I don't agree with. I appreciate that. Thank you first of all for the compliment, Scott. I can't agree. I agree in part, only because yes. Some of the examples, of course, are going to be from speculators who just like the action of flipping, buying, trying to make money, you know. But I can't fully agree because there are many the reasons for people reselling, you know. And don't forget, the hobby is addictive, right? Hobby. For those of us who have been collectors forever, we all pretty much agree it's very addictive, right? And so a lot of us have the tendency to not be able to stop ourselves from buying things even when we can't really afford them, right? And so I believe in a lot of cases, although that could be wrong, right? The amount I could be wrong on, of course, but I'm certainly right that, and certainly in some cases, it's a question of they bought it when they couldn't really afford it, but they couldn't help themselves. And eventually it's kind of like, okay, I need the money now, you know, whether it's for real life situations or whether it's more collecting reasons, like, oh man, I really want this piece. What can I sell? I don't have money. What can I sell for my collection that'll help pay for this piece, right? And they do that a lot, you know. So, yes. Don't worry. I'm not gonna mention that it was you anyways. I'm not looking to out people, right? It's not about making fun of people. Like I said, I empathize with the people who lose money this way. That's why I do the show. I want them. I hope that some of these people, even if I could ever get one person one day who reaches out to me and says, "Hey, dude, I just wanted to let you know, I just discovered your shows, you know, recently, and I went back and started looking at those Stop the Insanity shows, and I used to do a lot of flipping, this and that, whatever. But like now that I watch your shows and I kind of learned some stuff, and yeah, I don't do that anymore. I'm careful about what I buy, so I don't have to get into, you know, situations where I have to resell too soon." I hope somebody one day reaches out and says that, and it will all have been worth it, even if I could just, you know, change one person's way of thinking about this whole topic, you know. But you only buy for Odin love. Oh yes, that's right. What are your thoughts on storyline affecting value? It does, but not, you know, that's more of an exceptional case in the sense that it's typically only those super famous stories, you know, your Watchmen, Dark Knight. Let's say even in mainstream superhero comics, monthly comics, you know, I don't know, like a famous storyline, a miniseries, Secret Wars, right? Because it had all the Marvel heroes. The pages from, let's say, a famous, let's say, 3 or 4 issue run within a title like Hulk, Daredevil, what have you. When it was a very well-regarded story, yes, more people like it, so therefore they tend to bid more and bid stronger. So you do end up having to pay more for you know, pages that come from well-regarded stories. But in most cases, you know, the average page out of all the millions of pages out there, they don't come from, right, you know, some great well-regarded story. So in most cases, the story doesn't play into it. But when it is a well-regarded story, it always does play into it to a certain degree, you know. Tony, what's happening? Another friend I haven't seen in ages. Wow, it's old friend week this Sunday, man. I can't stop buying when I see pieces I want. Look, exactly. You see? There you go, everybody. We're all kind of like addicted, you know? Thank you, Maki Poo Poo. Thank you. I've driven the prices up a few specific markets based on obsessive focus on particular books. Cooking myself down. I think a lot of us have been there, though, Fred, you know? He bought it thinking it was Zeus and then quickly sold after discovering it was Odin. Isn't it the other way around, though? You should be wanting it to be Odin, not Zeus, right? It's Odin that's Thor's father. Zeus is... Who's Zeus? Actually, isn't Zeus Hercules' father? I don't know. But either way, neither of those guys have any monetary value on art, period. And I'm sticking to that. Yes, sir. What's up, Tony? Tony. Okay, all right. Thanks for letting me engage so much. It's a lot of fun, but we got to keep it going. So let's go on to the next example. Otherwise, who knows? We may be here 5 hours tonight. Not that that's ever a big problem, is it? Like, even when I'm here 5 hours, if we're having fun, a lot of you stick around, and that's what I love about some of these shows that do go long. But yeah, so let's go on and to the next one. So this is a smaller example, not a high-priced piece, everybody. Check this one out. And so this is Hulk Annual number 13. And check this out. What I think the one thing that you will notice, and just in case you don't, I'm going to point it out. This is a very rare example out of all the episodes I've done so far where I found a resold example that happened a long time ago, where, you know, where neither the first sale nor the second one happened during the COVID era. You know, both purchase and sales happened significantly before then. So that's pretty interesting. So April 2012. So this one was purchased at the time for $776.75. And FYI, you guys know I'm a Hulk fan, but I will say I do like this artwork, even though I, for the most part, hated the Gerry Talaoc inks over Mike Mignola when Mike Mignola did the book. But on Kupperberg, and I'm sorry, everybody, I put Tony. I didn't write Tony DeZuniga. I copied and pasted. I forgot. I also, sorry. Let me come back to you because Kavi's comment is still there. I liked the Talaoc inks over Sal Buscema. So for those of you who remember, yes, it did. For those of you who remember what that art looked like. So he is. Oh, he's Zeus's bastard son? Really? Give me that price now. Yeah, ancient for tonight's episode. I know, right? That's why it was so special to find it. I was like, wow. Nice Sal. Yeah. Actually, no. It's Talaoc, but it's actually, surprisingly enough, Alan Kupperberg who did the annual. So yeah. So props to him because he was a fairly pedestrian artist. Again, I don't sugarcoat things. But yeah, really nice. At least that page, you know. So yeah, very, very nice. And yeah, exactly, DJ. Yeah, it's quite a nice page, especially for a panel page, right? I like when title pages are like, you know, panel pages, but like the 3 vertical styled ones. That's nice to me. I've always enjoyed that. Yeah, like all the Filipino style was heavy-handed in general, but personally, I loved a lot of the Filipino inks. A lot of people did, but I also know that there's a lot of fans who didn't like the Filipino school of inking because it was heavy-handed, you know? Big fan, though, myself. Big fan. Cup was great on Superboy. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I didn't look at that series. I only jumped on Superboy in '94 with the Tom Grummett series, and that's my Superboy. So yeah, let me get back to that, everybody. So here we go. So yeah, so Kupperberg. And yeah, apologies. It was a copy paste, and I forgot to change the artists. So mistake on the art. Or hold on. You know what? Let me. Well, I guess we'll see when I show you the next slide. If I'm thinking about the right one. But yeah, no, the inking is definitely not the Zuniga. It's definitely Talaoc. So yeah, this is probably the Kupperberg annual, Hulk annual 13. Yeah. So sorry. My apologies. Yes, it was just a copy and paste. I copied, but I pasted, but I didn't remember to change the artist names. All right, so 776. Imagine that in 2012, I guess for some of you it seems like an eternity because a lot of you guys only started collecting after 2012. But imagine that only $776 seems like it was too much to pay, right? Okay, so let's see what happened here. February of 2013. So he didn't even hold it for a year. 10 months later, this sold for $507. Unfortunately, once again, it was a poor decision to sell it, auction it at Heritage, because not only does it end up selling for like $275 less than you paid, but the way that their fees are structured means that your losses really, really exacerbated to the tune of a minimum $353, and as much as $395, depending on what kind of a seller's fee deal the seller had. So you're looking at a minimum of 49% loss to as high as 54.5%. I mean, that's basically half or more of your money in less than a year. So that's pretty insane. And 2012, guys, let me come back to and I'll jump into the chat again so I can get to your comments right away. It's so long ago in relative terms, right, that I don't really remember well what the pages should have averaged at that time. But I feel like if 770, whatever it was, if that was considered a bit too much, I want to say that maybe the right price would have been still around 600. So like, it's not like it's a ton more, but from at that low 3-digit level, of course, it on a net cash basis, it's obviously, it doesn't hurt so much in your pocket. It looked much worse from a percentage loss, obviously, but still, nobody wants to lose money at any level at any time, right? So that's still, yeah, pretty bad. Regardless how you look at it. Love the Philip. Yeah, me too, Antoine. Big fan, big, huge fan. Something this would have been an okay buy, but that extra 75 cents made it an overpay, right? Jumping on Superboy. You. I'm also a fan of the Filipino artist. Thank you for saying so. Everybody should be. It's beautiful, beautiful illustrative stuff. And of course, I know you are, Mickey, but I'm glad you're speaking up for them. Jumping names. Yeah, I'm on the iPhone now, hence the wizard. Oh, cool. Good to see you. According to Matt K, it was the cut corners. Well, yeah. He's not here with me anymore. So I don't think there's any point in bringing that up anymore. Because I truly believe that he's the only person I will ever hear in this hobby claim to believe. And you guys know he was serious. He really felt that way. He wasn't just trying to be different, saying something to be different than the masses, right? He believed it. Yeah, I truly believe I will never again see another person in this hobby who thinks that the clip corners are going to affect the value. And I'm not talking about, new collectors who just come into the hobby, because that's understandable, right? When they come into the hobby brand new, I've actually seen many people. Some of them have asked me, hey, I've seen some pages from the 80s, especially, with the clip corners. Does that affect the value? Whatever. Obviously, when you're brand new, you know nothing about this hobby. Of course, you're going to wonder, right? But Matt's not new. Matt's a guy who's been in the hobby a long time and believes that the clip corners affect the value of the art. What can I say? He's allowed to believe what he wants. And if he doesn't want to buy that type of art, that's his prerogative, right? The rest of us know it ain't going to make a difference. But hey, that's why we're all free to believe what we want to believe and feel the way we do, This would be 1,500 on dueling dealers. Well, but today I would think at least 1,500, wouldn't it? Today, by today's, yeah, I would think 15, maybe even 2. Well, it's not Sal. So maybe not. Has it been sold more recently? Both feel like good prices in today's. Oh, really? Oh, if it did sell more recently, I didn't find evidence of it, so I don't know. Copy. Beautiful page. Yeah, exactly. Too bad it's from someone no one really collects from. Yeah, you know what though, patron. Maybe I'll call you Jason. Think about, well, let me read the rest of your thing. So that drop isn't a surprise. No idea if that page amount in 2012 is justified from a lesser known artist. Again, nice page. Yeah. The thing you got to remember though, you could be right, Jason, only in the sense though that, remember, it's fairly affordable. Like even in those days, right? A 3-digit price, still considered lower end artwork. Even if it was overpriced, okay, at the time, you can just as easily make the argument if you wanted that, well, it was Alan Kupperberg, and so it's a bit high for him. And so that's why it sold for $250 less after, But it's just as easy to make the argument that, let's say it could have been Sal Buscema, right? And let's say it still may have only sold for $770, whatever. And then when it resold, it may also still have dropped in value on the resale 10 months later. And then what would you talk about? How would you justify it? You wouldn't be able to say, well, it's the artist. Well, no, because Sal is known for Hulk. It could just as easily be that, well, it's the luck of the draw because it happened 10 months later or however many months later it was. In that case, it could easily just have been any number of factors that affected it. But generally speaking, Hulk collectors, they will have their favorite artists that did Hulk. But I can tell you, most character collectors, they still will buy pages from any artist as long as it's nice. As long as the pages look nice, the images are nice, they usually don't stop themselves from buying it just because it's a lesser name artist, I absolutely can't stand Filipino inking. Peter's been putting, over the last 48 hours, some beautiful, maybe even longer than 48 hours, beautifully penciled inked Filipino art. Yeah. Loved your write-up on Alcala today. Yeah, Alcala. All right. So let's jump to the next one, folks. And let me see what we got queued up here for that. Okay, look, here's another great artist. There's another great example of great artist, great title, great time period. It's only one character, and you've seen this. You've seen an example of this before on my previous episodes. Still, great character, very popular, very sought after. It's got all the pluses. It's got all this stuff going for it. Okay. So it just goes to my point only being to show new people, anybody new tuning in, that this reselling of art too soon, in other words, soon means 5 years. I know it sounds like a long time, but in most cases, if you're selling at auction, 5 years is the minimum you should hold on to if you want to make sure you get your money back or more if you sell at auction, okay? This is just another great example of everything positive going for it, and you will still probably lose money if you sell too soon at auction. All right, check this out. All right, so Fantastic Four 254, and this is from a beloved. It's an issue where it's a beloved period where Yes, you don't have to mention guys. I know that there are no Fantastic Four, the classic four members here, whatever. And this doesn't matter. As I told you guys last time, I showed an example of this art that lost money. What matters here is the people that bid on and buy this type of page are people that love John Byrne and love She-Hulk. So in this case, okay, a page like this, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the FF are not there, because the people that bid on and buy this stuff are people that love both John Byrne drawing She-Hulk, right? The character and the artist. Okay, there's plenty of demand from collectors for John Byrne She-Hulk art. All right, so the FF character factor does not actually, come into play here. So it becomes a question of, all right, well, how much do you want to pay for Byrne She-Hulk art? Okay, so feel free to tell me if you thought this was, 6,600, if it was high or not, based on what Byrne She-Hulk material has sold for over the last few years. Let me see. First panel is cool. Yeah, it's fun, right? But I love the second panel. I love the figure of her. It's so sexy. She's sitting there in the second panel. And she is in every panel, so that's cool too. Bring it on. DJ Lovin, the Jen Walters. Hey, DJ, in all seriousness, thank you. Thank you for not only showing up and watching, but also for contributing, man. I'm telling you, man, it makes it a lot more fun. So thanks. Gap Premium, look at you. I like this at this price. Nice, Rick. I like that. The market can get over exuberant. Yes, it can. But what do you think in this case? Marcus says it's fine, worth keeping. Yeah, I think, yes. While I do think that 6,600 in relative terms, right? It's a lot of, it's a lot of money. It's not like a cheap page, affordable page, right? But I think that for hardcore fans, of which, like I said, there are quite a few John Byrne She-Hulk fans, I think that this was fine. But my gut told me at the time, that it might have been a bit expensive. So I was thinking, just so you know, I was thinking that this was going to go somewhere closer to about 5,500. Okay, so in relative terms, I think we can say it didn't go for a lot more percentage-wise, right? Yeah, I was thinking about 55 is how I kind of felt. TJ, you're saying 66 high. I'd say about 5. Okay, well, you're close enough to me. Oh, what's this? We got a couple of lowballers here thinking 35 and 37. Wow, that's way too low. I would have definitely been in on that at that time. So you're saying too high at that time? Because yes, I know that it's in the pandemic, but contrary to popular belief, not every single page that sold during the prime of the pandemic was overpriced. That's the thing. There you go. See, that's we're all friends here, DJ. You got Peter saying hello. Finally, somebody else other than me says hello. Hopefully a few others said hello earlier when you first popped in. First and last panel are great. Come on, the second one's a beautiful, sexy shot. They're tiny, but still, you still have to give value for the fact that she still is in every single panel, and it's in a variety of different, camera angles, close-ups, mid shots, long shots. So $1, yeah, free government money. We're up and staying. Someone sold a Byrne commission a few years ago for $3,500, and you were tempted. Yeah, again, that's a completely different thing. We can't really compare Byrne commissions to published pages, though. Okay, so that's it. Let us see what happens, guys. From June 21st, so 6,600 in June of 21, and then November of 2021, 5 months later. All right, so check it out. It looks like you lowballers were wrong. It looks like a couple of us were right in terms of being, more in the 5.5 range. That's what it's still sold for. But what I need to teach here, what I'm really trying to teach with this series, again, I gotta repeat, for those of you who do have a tendency to resell at auction when holding it for less than 5 years. Never mind 5 months, like in this case. The teachable moment here is the fact that if you're going to sell it in less than 5 years, please try to make a private deal with other collectors. Try from your calf gallery. Try Facebook, other social media. Try to do private deals first, rather than send it in immediately to an auction house, because you're almost guaranteed to lose your shirt that way. Because even if you couldn't get your money back privately, I have no doubt. Here, let me come back to you guys. Tell me if you guys agree. Well, you lowballers aren't going to agree because you think it was only worth $3,500. But those of you who agreed with kind of my valuation, or in the 5.5 range, I feel that, like, if you had made an effort, if this reseller had made an effort to post it on CAF, repost it so everybody sees it as a new posting that day. That type of art has so many fans. I feel confident he would have found a buyer. Okay, let's say he priced it at $7,000. Most people like to price it higher than what they paid because they want to try to at least get their money back and have wiggle room, whatever. Okay, probably nobody would have bought it for $7,000 or whatever price he put it at. But at least he would have enticed perhaps someone, maybe one person only, maybe two, to reach out and say, hey, can I make you an offer? Whatever, Then at least you've got a chance to make a sale. And at that point, okay, let's say he only gets 1 or 2 people who make an offer. There's a better likelihood that the offer will come in at 5 or above, right? Than there is that it'll be like super low ball, like Hyder and Maki Poo think. And so at least you've got a chance to where, yeah, you may think, you probably will be thinking to yourself at that moment, like, I got to get my money back out of it, right? Like, I'm not going to lose money. The problem is that when you see that nobody else is reaching out to you, that's when you might say, okay, especially depending on, why are you selling it? Like, right, do you need to sell this thing? Right? If you need to sell it, you may think, well, okay, at that point, I only got 2 offers or 1 offer, and they weren't, technically, if it's $5,000 to that person who paid 66, it doesn't even feel close to what he paid. But he may then at least have the decision to make where, okay, I got the option to say, well, I can either take one of these offers or haggle with them for a slightly higher one, or I can take my chances at Heritage where there's a big risk. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I just think it's always best to try to make direct sales first, even if you want to go direct to auction, even if it's only for a few days. Try direct sales first, and if you don't get anything out of it, then you could still send it in. A few days of delay from sending it to an auction house isn't going to change anything, So, okay, we got a few more views on it. 4,800 gave up the government check. I like it. Burn market is pricey in general, but flipping an auction 5 months, yeah, it's a bad move for sure. Not great. And during holiday season, exactly, another factor. Holiday season, yeah, it's insane for sure. 5 months later, 5K, which means that they should have bought it at 35 to make it profitable. Yeah. I think maybe there was some pandemic Deadpool bidding going on, and maybe older folks were dropping, take a chance to score. It's hard, we can only guess at those things, right? The guy would have said no to $5,000. No, that's what I'm saying. He probably could, right? That's what I said, right? Because he's thinking, wow, that seems kind of far from. But at least you have the option to maybe haggle at that point, So I agree with Marcus. Even I offered 6K, he would have said no, unless he needed the money, right? Because again, don't forget, if it's a situation where he needs the money, now you're only $600 apart. And if you end up being the only offerer, right? there is a chance he might say, okay, I need the money. I'll take it. Why? Because it's my only offer. And my only other option now is I either take it and I get the money now, or I take my risk, a really big risk at auction, and have to wait. Who knows? Like, it could be anywhere from 4 to 7 months before you get paid from the eventual auction that piece will go to. You know what I mean? And let me remind you of another factor, that he chose to sell it at a Heritage, right? So if you think Heritage is your place to go, then you have to send it in thinking that for me to break even and get back all 6,600 pieces, right? Dollars, right? If you didn't want to lose a single bit at auction, the piece would have to resell for $7,920. So it would have to sell now for just under $8,000. That's the thing. Oh, I'm sorry, no. And that's only if you have a no-fee deal with them, a no-seller fee deal. If you pay 10% seller fee, forget about it. Then it has to go for well over, like, probably $8,500, right? What are the chances of that happening? That's not going to happen. And the owner should know that. So maybe then that's when they think, okay, you know what? The odds are more in my favor. I'll take a loss. I'll probably take a loss at auction. If I'm going to take a loss, at least I can guarantee my loss is only $600 if this guy offers me $6,000 right now. That's what I'm saying, Tony and Marcus. Good night. Good night, Paulie. Have a good one. Sorry, I know you're probably gone by now. It's 3 minutes ago. Glad you had fun, man. Yeah, so that's how I feel about that. Okay, everybody said good night. Hopefully you were around to see the good nights. Well, except for mine. The auction is final. Your ego won't let you lose money. I know what you're saying. And in most cases, I agree that in most cases, it's psychologically almost impossible to allow you to do that. I agree with that. I'm just saying it's still better to try. Because let's not forget, Marcus, trying to post it at a fixed price also still gives you the small chance that a hardcore Burn She-Hulk guy will still buy it for whatever price you ask, or make an offer that allows you to at least break even and get your $6,600 out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's my point, is you want to sell something or you need to sell something and your intent is to go to auction, it's still always better to at least try direct sale for a few days. You have nothing to lose that way. So that's it. Like people who want to lose their stock. Yeah. No, I get that. Trust me. I know all about that. My loss is your gain. So Frank says, I never understood giving your options away to auction house. You correct about private sale, or I even use eBay first. Right. That's another option. You know, I don't like eBay, so that I never really mentioned that as an option, but yeah. I can set the starting bid, right, so not to lose money, right, or use the buy, right. You get those options. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, is you have options other than sending into the auction houses that you can mitigate the risks. That's the important thing. You know, you need or want to sell stuff, great. But you do have options that can mitigate the risks, the downside risks, and better than you know, that will probably result in better results than just willy-nilly sending the art off to the big auction houses. Yeah. All right. Let's keep it rolling, everybody. Let's keep it rolling. Thank you, everybody here. Thank you. If you're just tuning in late, please, if you don't mind, do me a favor. There's here somewhere, a thumbs up icon. Could you just click that? I'd appreciate it. I don't get money for it. It doesn't pay me. It's just it's encouragement or whatever, right? If there was enough thumbs ups and comments below my videos, and there never is enough. But if there was, the YouTube algorithm would just calculate that and say, oh, this video was, it got more likes or whatever than usual, than the average that this channel has. I'll place this video in front of the faces of a few extra, YouTube users or whatever. That's all. That's the only thing. It ain't financial, okay? And for me, it encourages me. It encourages me to keep doing this. Okay, so let's see. CJ agrees with Frank. Tony says, makes me feel better about the Burn FF She-Hulk page I got this year. That's good. 54, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Hey, for going over 50, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. Or sorry, are you saying, 54 viewers, and we're up to 68 likes. That's fantastic. Super fantastic. I love it. Although I believe at least one of the episodes in this series, I think it got as high as over 80 likes one time. Hopefully the Rewind viewers will give us some likes, even though typically most of them don't. Heritage makes double the money in these cases, selling twice through them. However, perhaps the second sale is because the first bid. Again, Peter, we've talked about this on the previous 4 episodes, and we've mentioned this many times. There are many reasons why some of these things could have sold so quickly, and one of those reasons, we speculate, yes, is that it could have been a non-paying bidder. The point everybody watching that I want them to get is to not get lost. Don't get lost in the potential reasons for why any given example I show was sold so soon or resold so soon, right? Because that doesn't matter. The point of this series is to show proven data that tells us that in the vast majority of cases, if you do send your art to auction, having owned it for less than 5 years, you will lose money. Okay, so the reason for selling doesn't actually come into play and doesn't affect why you lost money or how much money you lost. That's just a point of interest. If we knew why these people were reselling quickly, it would be interesting to know. I've said in previous episodes, I would love some of these people that have, that were resellers of these pieces that I'm showing. I would love it if they discovered my channel and my show and decided to pop in and give us their thoughts as to why they did such things, why they chose to sell. DJ, good night, my friend. Thank you so much for popping in. Loved having you. Have a good one, pal. Yeah. So it doesn't matter. The point is just to get into everybody's head. Reselling your stuff at auction, if you've held it for less than 5 years, most of the time results in a loss. So there you go. And good night also from Peter and CJ. Thanks, guys. Okay, so let us go to the next example. And for that, what do we have here? Panels are so small on this thumbnail, I can't even tell what it is. Let's check it out together and find out. Okay, so interesting. So here we go again with John Byrne, She-Hulk, but of course the She-Hulk title, not Fantastic Four. Of course, in this case, it's the same example as the previous one, everybody, right? This is an example where, once again, you don't have to point out that, hey, it's the sensational She-Hulk and there's no She-Hulk. In this case, that doesn't actually come into play. It doesn't matter. Why? For the same reason that doesn't come into play with the Fantastic Four pages that only have She-Hulk on them. Because, just like those pages, there are more than enough collectors in this hobby who chase after John Byrne Spider-Man art. A lot of people are looking for John Byrne Spider-Man, and the older the better. Pre-90s is better, and I believe this is around issue 3. This is probably 1989. He was still drawing pretty nicely at this time. And so what I want to know, guys, I want to ask you guys right away, so I can get your comments, your answers coming in right away. So I could already see them by the time I jump into the chat. Let me know, as a pretty prime looking Spidey page. And let me remind everybody, to me, this is a very strong page from the point of view that it is John Byrne from a nice prime era before people, before his work started going downhill and people started hating it. It's basically 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 out of 6 panels, right? So 2/3 of the page. Not only does it contain Spider-Man, but it contains 4 different full-figured images of Spider-Man, right? That's what everybody loves. The more of the body you see, the better. But also, all 4 images are cool Spidey action poses because he is in action. So to me, this is a very strong example of a page that if you want to collect Spider-Man and you love John Byrne, to me, this is a really strong example. Very nice. A lot of people should go after this. As far as the price, I believe at the time, I can tell you what I was thinking at the time was I wasn't positive what it was worth, but in my gut, I was thinking that I could see this as like, I was like, yeah, I think I'd give $2,500 for that. But I also felt like I was being a bit conservative because I don't collect this, right? So I felt like, yeah, I could also see it going for $3,000, maybe even $3,200. But I felt like a fair value was somewhere between 25 and 3. And so when this auction finished, I felt like my reaction was, yeah, okay, just, right in that range where I felt like, yeah, that's definitely fair. I think that's good. All right. So let me jump into the chat and see if you guys have, oh, Maki Poo-Poo's leaving. Let me see. Ah, there he is. Good night, Maki Poo-Poo. Once again, 3 minutes late for me. I wish he would have stopped. I wish he would have waited until I came into the chat. But yeah, have a good night, man. Have a good week. Night. Have a good week. Can't recall, but it was weird. Arrowhead Bay. That doesn't matter because you're buying it for the quality panels with Spidey. I find it hard to believe this would lose money. I know, right? Right, Sean? This is a keeper page. Oh, come on. Are you serious? You honestly thought that was high? And TJ, have a good one, pal. Thanks for hanging out with us. Panel 2 would bug me. Really? I don't know. I mean, yes, I agree that she's a crap, character, Rick. But for me, if my primary focus is just getting great John Byrne Spider-Man, that wouldn't bother me at all. I'd be like, oh, wow, I got, 4 really strong panels. I'm all in, Yeah. So anyways, okay. So not many people, only a couple of you have an opinion. All right. So let me just go ahead and show what happened here. And honestly, I don't even remember what happened. But let's see together what did happen. Holy crap. Ba-boom. Wow. Holy smokes. Look at that. Not even 2 years later, resold, once again, shipped back to Heritage. Check it out, guys. It sold for only $1,440. Like, that's what the guy paid, including the fees. $1,440. Okay, let me say right off the bat here, everyone. I absolutely think that's an absolute steal. To me, that's a minimum of $1,000 below fair market value. I think that's way, way, way low. I think whoever got this should be, they should have done a dance. They should have ran outside immediately after bidding and winning, and they should have done a dance. They should have stripped naked and did a dance in the middle of the street. To me, what a buy. What a buy. Like, I would love somebody to reach out to me privately and say, hey, I got this page, John Byrne, Spider-Man from the She-Hulk number 3 issue. You interested for $1,500? Like, I would immediately buy it. Like, it wouldn't even, like, I'd be rushing to pay him the money. Holy crap. Look how much money out of pocket the loss is. $1,680 as much as potentially $1,800. Think about it. To put it in context, everybody, the net loss in cash terms is greater than I bet you some of you even think the page is worth. Look at on a percentage level. This is John Byrne Spider-Man, everybody. Come on. John Byrne Spider-Man, like 37 years old. Like, losing somewhere around 60% of your money? Whoa. Guys, come on. Give it a thumbs up if you agree that that's crazy. In all seriousness, come on. Let me see what you guys think. I'm going to pop into the chat again. Wish I had seen that. Damn right. Damn, I forgot how badly this sold for. Yeah, I'd buy it for 15 for sure. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Missed this one. So many auctions, so little time, right? Ricky Bobby. Was that a Ricky Bobby purchase? They should put it up next month on Heritage. Ruben would have went over the border to Zell. Quick, tell me, how do I pay? I would have gotten in my car, man, driven an hour and changed over the border. Yeah, let me pay you by Zell. It'll have to be like in an hour or so. Oh, man. Ninth of Old. Been a minute. What's happening? What about the games? You're making, you see, you come in so late and you miss all the important information I lay out. You're asking things I've already answered. I can't give you the answer again. I'll tell you the brief answer, Knights, is that there are so few examples of art resales at auction that were owned by the owner or the reseller for less than 5 years, because that's what we're doing here, that have made money, okay, that made gains. There are so few examples of that I haven't been able to accumulate enough examples yet to do a show on that. In other words, I'm happy to show the other side of what could happen 15% of the time if you sell your art having owned it for less than 5 years and you sell it at an auction house. I'm happy to do it. I've been wanting to do it for a long time, but it's since I started this series, but it's taken this long and I haven't accumulated enough examples yet. It's that rare. So that should tell you how rare it is. All right, up to 71. Thank you guys. Thank you all. I appreciate you for taking the time to click that button. Thank you. There's a Burnt Spider-Man up now at 825 so far with a 50% splash. Over the last week or two, I saw a few examples on eBay that I felt were kind of cheap. I think, it's the 90s stuff, though. I think it's the 90s, when he went on the 90s title, Amazing Spider-Man, or whatever title it was called at the time. So I'm not as hot on those, but the Spider-Man images look still pretty good. Yeah, and I felt like they went for cheaper than they should have. I don't recall how I forgot the bid. I figured, hey, man, you can't see it all. I don't even know. What's up, Scotty? I don't even know what it was, and I'd buy it. And I love the Headman. Do you? Oh, shit, that's funny. All right. Let's keep it rolling, dudes. Let's keep it rolling. All right, so the next example. So this next example, interestingly enough, I once owned this, and I sold this back, I don't know, I want to say between 2013 to 2014, somewhere around there. And I sold it at Comic Link, and it sold for, I want to say it was $1,800. All right. So just for fun, not that it means anything, just for fun, just to give you some context, if you wanted to compare it to the info you're going to get on these next two sales. All right. But I will say it doesn't really give you a lot of context, because after I sold it, okay, this next piece actually sold multiple times, even in between my Comic Link sale and the two that I'm about to show you. I want to say, I don't know why certain pieces just keep changing hands over and over and over in a short period of time. Something tells me, I want to tell you that in this case, it's because crappy character and artist, not, superstar level, whatever. But I want to see what you guys think. So here it is. Check it out. Let me know. So here we go. Look at this. It's a Luke Cage, Powerman, Splash, Marvel Team Up Annual number 4. This is the one with the Frank Miller cover. yeah, so, it sold in December. Yes, at the end of the year, 2021, at Comic Link for almost $5,000. It's funny, guys. It's funny. Let me come back to you. It's funny, right? Because, you guys, we joke around a little bit and say, oh my God, like who would sell during the holidays, the Christmas period? And oh my God, why Comic Link, right? But this is one of those cases that defies that, right? It was sold both at Comic Link and in the thick of December, right at the end, right? Christmas, the week between Christmas and New Year's. And yet somehow it's still sold for almost $5,000. Check it out. So yeah, I'm happy to admit that's, I put this under the category of exception to the rule. Definitely not the rule, obviously, right? Let me know what you guys think. Hot potato. Yes, Comic Art Floozy. You would like this? Really? You like Powerman? Powerman Grail for somebody? Yeah, if you're a Powerman fan, I would think, God, somebody would love this. But tell me then why, hey, Jason, why did it have, I want to say, in total, since I sold it, it probably has sold 6 times. So the clip corner rule, yeah. Cool splash, but 2021 still sort of wild times. Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay. I like this as well. All right. So it's got some fans. That's good. If you had to have one Powerman, this is a great example. I agree. Unless you're not a fan of the very sort of more antiquated Herb Trimpe style, right? Then you may not be such a fan. But yeah, I agree. It's like, it's got everything you want from the standpoint of content, right? Forget the artist for a second. The content is fantastic because it's a gigantic image of Powerman. Plus, it's what so many collectors want, right? Where it's front and center, pinup style, but not just standing there, but punching, a rock wall with rocks flying everywhere. I mean, it's quintessential of what this guy does, right? So yeah, I agree. But tell me then, Marcus, how do you explain why this piece in the past 12 or 13 years has had at least, I would say approximately 6 owners? Tell me what you think. How do you explain that? Nobody that buys it wants it. Why? Kool-Aid Man homage, indeed. It's the golden blouse. But in any case, while you're letting me know, let me know what you think. And then, in the meantime, I will show you what happened here. The closeout seems a bit off, seems too large. It's possible, but that's not going to throw anybody off. It's not such a big deal, Peter, that it would make it sell for a ton less. Maybe the paper smells funny. Nah, it doesn't. I owned it. It didn't have anything wrong with it. Chain belt is hot. Oh, yeah. Breaking the fourth wall. All right, let me show you guys what happened. But again, still waiting, Marcus, to see if you have any thoughts on why something that seems to be quintessential imagery for this character in 12 years has had about 6 different owners. That means, think about it, that means everybody who has owned it, other than, I guess, whoever currently owns it, everyone else has bought it and quickly sold it because they don't want it. Why? Like, that happens a lot, as we've seen from this series. But to the same piece, selling more than like a handful of times over like a 12-year period, that's insane. And that happens to a few pieces here and there. But that's the thing. It's such a quandary. Like, why does that happen to certain pieces that nobody wants? They keep getting tossed around like a 2-bit hooker. It's wild. So let me hear. Maybe they found out you owned it at once and they made it feel dirty. That could be, Scott. I agree. That could be. So you're guessing 3,800. All right. I don't even remember what it sold for. But yeah, let's find out together here, guys, and I'll show you. Check this one out. Wow, nice. I think you checked it up. I think you looked it up, TJ. Cheater. But yeah, so it sold 3,800. But guys, again, like I always keep saying, they think They own it for less than 5 years, and they think, okay, I'm going to resell it straight to auction, and not only that, but I'm going straight to Heritage, which, you know, when you paid almost $5,000 for it, like, you should know you paid a pretty, you know, strong price. You should also know that, you know, you should know how the fee structure at Heritage works and how it's going to work against you. And the fact that if it sells for less than you paid for it, that's not the bad part. The worst part is going to be the fees, how much more the fees will kill you, you know? So it sold for $38.40, guys. That's what the new buyer paid, $38.40, right? But, you know, the guy who resold this got a lot less than $38.40. Very sad, very sad. And in his pocket, it ends up being a $1,675 loss minimum, possibly as much as like basically $2,000. So it's either like a 34 or 41% loss. I mean, man, that's heavy. That's heavy any way you look at it. Even you found the Powerman cover? I don't know what that means. Sweet Christmas. What's up, Rich? No damn way, cheater. 3,800 is the you think that's a deal, Scott? No, come on. If you think that's a deal, what do you think the original price of 4,700 was? I mean, it's not much of a difference. That's only like less than $1,000 difference. You know. Oh, sorry. I seen this, but they don't want to spend that much. Awesome page for a cage collector. That's true. There's a big tear. No, there's nothing wrong. I don't remember anything wrong with this, guys. Like I said, I owned it. There was nothing wrong with it. Second seller could have gotten it in trade or cheaper. Okay, but I know, but that's a stretch, though, Knights. That's a stretch. You know, again, when there's anything could have happened. But like I said, this thing has sold now for 5 or 6 times in 11, 12 years. You know, so it doesn't explain why everybody sold it. You know. Luke Cage loves some Jessica Jones. That is true. Good to see you indeed, Rich. So yeah, that's a quandary. Don't know. It's an enigma, right? Hard to say why the heck that thing, sold for, that. So often. But to me, I still feel like that price, 3,800 to $4,000. That's more reasonable, you know. $5,000. I don't know. Today, like, let's see, when was it now? That was recent, right? That was just back in November. So just a few months back, right? 7-8 months ago. Yeah, I don't know that you could sell it for, you know, if it would go back up to $5,000 today. Yeah, either way, whoever owns it, to get their money back, if they were to resell it again, think about this, right? So it cost them what, 3,800 or something like that? Or was it? They got it for 3,840, right? So 3,840. So it would have to sell for almost as much as it sold the first time. The guy who resold it, you know, paid for it, right? He paid 47 and change. In order, even at this much lower price, because of how the fee structure works, it would have to sell for just over $4,600 again, just for him to break even and get his $3,700 or $3,800 back. So that just goes to show how dangerous it is to sell at auction, even though Heritage is the number one place. When you owned it for less than 5 years, way too dangerous to sell at auction within less than 5 years. We keep showing it over and over. The hype around the character ended with the Netflix shows. I mean, whatever, but people still, you know, he's more popular ever. He's still more popular today than he ever was before the Netflix shows, you know? So, you know, these TV and movie things, Marcus, you know, I've ranted about this before. A lot of people get it into their heads that, these characters are more important than they really are just because they've been on TV or in movies. You know, and I've ranted, and I don't believe that. Being in a movie or a TV show, it could help it helps people speculate and it helps move the prices up and down. Yes, of course, because that's what speculation does. But it doesn't, in the long run, it does not make these people any more important as characters or valuable as characters than they were before they became TV characters, you know? So why do you think the 5-year is the magic number? I really don't know, Scott. Honestly, it's another thing that's kind of an enigma. But as I was mentioning earlier before you came in, it's very similar to the stock market. You know, because in there's a lot more volatilities, right, up and down or whatever. So you even in that market, you are safer if you hold it for 5 years. I just feel like when you hold something for 5 years, it's been off the market for that long. A lot of it is psychology, you know, where everybody else, and we've talked about this, everybody else, when they see something sell again fairly soon, there's a negative stigma that goes into their heads, right? And I know it certainly happens to me. A lot of my friends, we've talked about it. They all agree. There's something about it where you're like, what's that selling for? What? Oh, that's selling again? Or that guy's selling it? Why? You know, it's negative. You're not looking at it reselling and thinking, oh yeah, that John Byrne Shield page is for sale again. Yeah. Like, you're not doing that. Nobody's doing that, right? You're thinking more along the lines of, why? Why? You know what I mean? So I think the negative stigma that sort of sticks with people definitely plays a certain part. I don't know how much. That's impossible to determine. But I believe that certainly plays a role in why the losses will definitely happen, you know? But yeah, I you know, again, I can only surmise that 5 years, it just somehow intuitively feels like, yeah, that's been a long time. Like, I haven't seen this piece for sale. Wow, when's the last time that was available? It's got to be at least 5 years. And, you know, humans, a lot of us were obsessed with round numbers. So part of it could be just the round number syndrome of, you know, multiples of 5. Hard to say, but it is what it is, you know? It worked for the century. Nice. Auction within 5 years. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. Yes, sir. 5 years means a new set of buyers come in. That could be it too. That could be it too, you know? All right. Let me hit the next one, guys. And let's see what we got here. Yes. Okay. So interesting. I will show you. It's a double page splash or spread. So I will show you the color version first. And that doesn't have any buy-sell information on it. Look at it quickly. Formulate quickly your thoughts and opinions as to what you would have expected to pay for this, or what you would have expected to see it sell for. All right. And then I'll show you what the first person paid. All right. Check it out. All right. So Spectacular Spider-Man number 72. A great time period for those of you who never read this era. A lot of good fun reading this stuff. And although the artists were not big names, you know, with Al Milgrom, Hannigan, Pollard, they were solid. They did solid work on the title. It was still fun. It was still fun to read title every month in, month out. Rick Magyar, of all people. Rick Magyar did background inks on this issue. And he got credited for it too. So here we go. We got this. I don't see more than one comment so far. Okay, so what I want to point out, well, you know what? Let me first see the comments. You were bidding on this. Okay. Oh, and it ended up on Dueling Dealers. That's funny. Yes, that's the magic word, Tom. Fun, right? Exactly. I believe it's fun. Okay. Rick loves the first panel. Yeah, it's nice. It's very Frank Miller-esque. Very Frank Miller-esque. Where's your comment that I just lost? Yeah, it looks very Frank Miller-esque. And here comes Marcus with that's Frank Miller in the corner. Is that him drawing? That's cool. I don't think so, though. I don't think Frank ever had like a curly hair. Frank, yeah, that guy looks like he has kind of like an afro. But anyways, yeah. So Tom, I just wanted to say too that Yes, the thing about it is that it's fun. But now I have to rant. But before I rant, let me show you what the first person bought I think 5 years ago, right? Let's check this out first. All right, so this, you see a question mark as to where it's sold beside Ed Hannigan's name in yellow. And that's because I personally never wrote down where it was sold. But I think it was being sold on CAF on behalf of Ed Hannigan. Marcus might remember. Either way, it doesn't matter. That doesn't really affect what we're doing here. Okay, it doesn't matter who sold it. So the point being that it sold for $3,500, 2021. Again, December. Look at that. In the thick of Christmas, New Year's, and yeah, $3,500. So here's the thing. Here's what I want to say about this piece. So at first glance, initially, you lay eyes on it, and I think a lot of people, the first thing they think is, "Oh wow, cool! Oh, all the Spidey villains, right? Like, yeah, that's neat." But then I think most people, their eye goes to the Electro face on the right-hand side, middle panel. And they see, oh, that's kind of goofy. It's kind of young and goofy looking for Electro, right? And that's when you start to look more closely and you're like, oh, wait a second. The guy beside him, I think he's wearing the Sandman costume, and that's definitely not Sandman. And that's when you start to realize, wait a second, this isn't a double-page spread of Spidey's rogues gallery gathering together to plan their next plot on how to kill Spider-Man. And that's when you look a little bit longer and realize this is nothing but a bunch of kids doing cosplay in one of their living rooms, So let me, what are you guys saying? I recall reading this issue a few times when it came out. Oh yeah, sure. Fun at the time. That's what was said on Dueling Dealers. What was said, Marcus? That it was fun? Well, I didn't get this. I didn't get this. This sold for $3,500 wherever I got this photo from. So I got this. I wouldn't have got this photo from a YouTube channel. So that means it sold elsewhere. So I'm thinking through CAF, somebody's CAF gallery, or eBay, but it doesn't have that eBay photo logo in the bottom right-hand corner. So I'm thinking CAF. Like this, kind of fun. No clue what price. Seems high without Spidey. Marcus, where do you believe everything you hear on Dueling Dealers? Actually, it was Chuck who said it. He got that info from Ed. This was a fun story. How many times have you said that, Tom? Sold on the Chuck Costas show. Okay. This issue has the cool cover as well. Yeah. Either way, guys. Either way. Like Tom says, it's fun, right? It's fun because, again, you see the costumes of the Rogues Gallery, whatever. But when you realize that it's just a bunch of kids doing cosplay, it's like, ooh. Because if it was the actual villains in 2000, when was it? Hold on. Here it is. Yeah, December 2021. If it was the actual villains, I would have thought like solid price. I might even say it could have gone for more than that because it's the real villains over 2 pages, right? But the second you see that it's just kids, teenagers wearing costumes, to me, in my mind, that drops the value a lot. And for me, that's like a 2,000. Honestly, I would think maybe even as low as 1,600 at that time. And no more than the low 2000s, maybe 2,200, something like that. So I don't know, what you guys would have thought, knowing that it's not the villains and it's just cosplayers. Okay, so it was to benefit it. Thank you, Marcus. But either way, that's how I feel. Let's see what happens on the resale. And where is it here? Hold on, everyone. Hold on. Here it is. Okay, so this guy held on to it for, relatively speaking, a lot longer than most. 3 years, 4 months. but chose to throw it at Heritage. And I think, I think what the results show us is that most Heritage bidders were aware indeed that, yes, and who knows, maybe they initially might have been fooled at first glance to thinking that, oh my God, wow, all the villains, and then quickly realized, oh wait, it's not actually the villains, So I think the bidders ultimately were aware that it was just cosplayers and bid accordingly. So it still sold for slightly more than the top end of what I was thinking it was worth, but close enough to where I can say, all right, especially since it happened just a couple of months ago in April of 2025, right, this year. Less than 2 months ago, I think. So given that, yeah, I think today 2,500 is fine. I don't think any more would be, I think any more would be kind of too much. A little bit less would still be fine. But yeah, it's okay now. But yeah, what a massive loss. I mean, on a net basis, 1,400 to 1,600 out of the guy's pocket. Man, that's a killer hit to take. Again, as some of the examples I showed earlier, in this case, I do not believe that the main reason was selling too soon. Rather, I think the main negative aspect to this was that it was overbought at 3,500, given that it's just cosplayers and not a single one of them is the real character. So that's how I see it. That's what I feel is the main reason there, $750 tops. I think a lot of people would be buying it at that price. The initials FM confirmed it, and it had Frank Love of Water Towers. Oh, what initials? I didn't see initials. Let me check it out again. Oh, down on the suitcase. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that kind of makes it more fun as well, right? But not that I personally would, say, oh yeah, with that Frank Miller appearance, okay, I would have paid 22. Okay, now I'm willing to pay 32. Hell no. Maybe at that point, that's the kind of thing that's fun that would make me go, all right, I was going to top out at 22. All right, I'll top out at 25. 3 extra 100, whatever. That's fine, So and that's what it sold for. 25 is fine. But unfortunately, again, yeah, the owner took a massive beating. Not only because it sold for 1,000 less, but on top of that, the fee structure at Heritage just destroyed him. So sad to see that. Hate to see people lose money like that. Okay. Freddie Mercury. Is that what you think it looked like? I overpaid for pages from that show, but it was the first time those pages were ever sold from Ed. That, every now and then, listen, I think a lot of us will admit to have overpaid for certain things we wanted. That's okay. But tell me though, was the 3,500 price, was that the price you remember selling that it sold for when it was on Dueling Dealers? Because yeah, I just had it in the name of the file, right, of the photo. I had it saved as the title of the page and page numbers, title and page numbers, along with the price. I didn't write where it had sold. It was fixed priced, right? But did it sell for 3,500 on that show? Oh, not Dueling Dealers. Okay. Thank you. Welcome to the DD Club, Marcus Way. All right. Only a few more to go, folks. It was just a benefit for Ed. Right. Thank you. All right. So the next one is number 12, and that is, I don't even know what it is. I can't tell from the small panels here in the small thumbnail. Let's find out together. Okay. So here we go. We're up and staying. Don't know if you're still there, but it is indeed tonight. Check it out. Walter Simonson Thor page from Thor 348, page 11. Okay, so this one sold in November of 2022. Once again, at a bad time of year, right? So that's right before Christmas. usually a bad time of year, but in this case, it didn't seem to affect it. I want to say that 16, and there's not a lot of comps, guys. That's one thing we can all agree on. There are not a lot of comps out there. So these are very difficult to value because of that, you know? So it's tough to say how much you should pay for them because there's just never been a lot of comps. So it sold for $16,800. I'm honestly going to tell you, because of the comp situation, that I didn't know at the time whether that was fair, high, or low. You know, I didn't really have an opinion. I just knew they were rare. And yes, Peter, there you go. You're confirming they're rare. And yes, exactly. They only come from the Inker share. Wiacek in this case. And you remember this one. There were 2 Simonson Thor pages. Right. The next page I'll show in a future episode. Right on. So imagine that, though, just to try to value it. It's hard to value, but imagine having to dish out almost $17,000, guys, for a Simonson Thor page that only has 2 panels out of 6. So it's only a 1/3, 33% Thor content. Thankfully, they're nice. They're nice. He's facing you, so you get good images of him. So that's cool. But yeah, only 2 out of the 6 panels, man, that's tough. It makes you wonder, like, what would you have to pay for a page that's 4 in great images, 4 out of 6 panels, or 5 or 6 panels out of 6 panels? You know what I mean? Yeah. So a lot of money, regardless of what you think. But let's see what happens here. So November 22, 16,800, and then it sold exactly 2 years later, November of 24, and again at Heritage. So gotta say that this reseller took a huge risk, and I gotta say, given that he took that risk, I think he came out like I can't sugarcoat it. Losing either $3,800 or $5,100 is a massive beating. That's a lot of money to lose on something that's great like Simonson Thor and something as rare and coveted as Simonson Thor, right? But when you consider just from the point of view of sale to sale comparison, right? It didn't sell for a big difference, right? Check it out, 16.8, and then the second time around 15.6. So a $1,200 difference, which is on a percentage basis not very big. But had that been somebody trying to sell it privately and they took that type of a percentage loss, it wouldn't be so bad. It's just that when you factor in the fact that it was at Heritage and the fees, suddenly you've turned it into either a 22 to 30% loss. That's where it kills you, Yeah. And so once again, I got to reiterate, 2 years, maybe that's long for some people, but we've seen time and time again, less than 5 years, you're probably not even breaking even. And you're in a lot of cases taking big losses, heavy losses. It's too bad he couldn't hold on. I mean, it's Simonson Thor. How many people have pages from Simonson Thor run? They're very highly coveted, So it's tough. That's a tough one to see somebody lose money on, I mean, a lot of these are tough to see people lose money on, to be honest. You thought way too high? Both times, Knights? You think both times it's too high? It's awesome, but so beyond my idea of pricing. I'd be tempted for this page, rarity and demand. Yeah, well, a lot of it had to do with rarity and demand for sure, because we don't really know what they should be worth, right? Like I said, imagine a 4-panel page or 6 panels with 4. Imagine if you're paying $15K to $16K, what would you'd have to pay? Probably 25 to 35 is what they'd sell for if it was great Thor images and 5 or 6 panels. It's big money, man. What happens if they decide to sell his art? Well, sure, whatever. I don't even want to talk about that because, prices would drop to some degree, for sure. That's what would happen, Rick. It's a very simple answer. But it's not going to happen. What's going to happen is that Simonson has already said for years, he has been saying he's going to be donating his collection to, I believe, the Rhode Island School of Design, the college he went to school at. That's always, for many, many years, been his plan. So anything can change. I guess he could change. You could say he could change his idea, his mind. And if it did happen and he put it all at auction, all at the same time, yes, there would be a softening of the market. But I believe it would still sell. For every page would still sell, and for still lots, many thousands of dollars. But he was able to enjoy it for 2 years. Right. I mean, that's the best thing you can say about it. And I would hope, Sean, that he did think that way. Most people don't see it that way. I know me and my former co-host, Matt Kennedy, see it that way. You can at least console yourself. At least I feel I can console myself if I take a loss. That I really enjoyed it. I got an enjoyment for a long time. And so, okay, in that case, it feels like, okay, so I rented it and got a lot of enjoyment out of it, and it cost me this much for that amount of time, But most people, they're just so angry at the losses that they don't think of it that way, I've never sold Simonson page if I was ever able to get one. Well, but again, a lot of people think the same way, and then for whatever reasons, they still do, Bragging rights were worth it. Maybe. We don't know. I don't know who it is, right? All right. Go to the next one. We're almost done, guys. Almost done. Less than a handful to go. And so okay. So here we got heavy hitters, guys. Value of art-wise, heavy hitters. And on the last one, I know it's going to be the last one, but guys, don't run away. I mean, I know it's kind of late, but if you can stick around for that last one, I'm going to rant. And that last one is the one I want as many of you to give me opinions on. Okay? I'm really curious because we're going to do a breakdown once again of how to evaluate art. Okay? That's how I'm going to do it. And then I want to see if you guys agree or not. Okay? I think it's going to be fun. But it's the last one. So stick around for that. Let's discuss it. And then you can take off. Okay? All right. So this next piece. Now, these last three are heavy hitters, both in terms of, artist, character, titles, and value of the pieces. Okay, first of these final three is a Frankenstein plate. All right, so this sold in March of 2023 for $52,800 at Heritage. Bernie Wrightson, we don't need to, say anything else. We know it's Bernie Wrightson. All right, let me say this. First and foremost, I want to point out that to those of you thinking, well, yeah, but the monster's not on it. The reply to that, the intelligent reply to that is yes, but it doesn't matter because number one, the first reason why it doesn't matter is that first of all, there aren't many plates in the entire novelization. Okay, there aren't many plates, first of all. Number two, there are not all that many plates that have the monster. Okay, so that's number two. Thirdly, although you may, as a fan, think, well, yeah, if I'm going to spend a lot of money, I want it to have Frankenstein. I agree with you. Yeah, you can argue that, right? But if you're trying to associate the fact that, well, the monster's not in it as an excuse for why this person resold it at a loss, I don't think that's necessarily correct. And the reason that I say that is because there have been several pages with the monster that have sold into the six-figure range. Okay? So when you have that data knowledge in your head, then it seems normal that, okay, this guy bought it for $54,000. That seems like, yeah, that makes sense. Because a few pages with Frankenstein's monster went for 100 and change, right? So in this case, I thought, okay, whatever. If you're willing to, spend tens of thousands on a page from this. And again, we don't know the motivations. We don't know the reasons, guys. It could be one of those, I'll never be able to afford one with monster on it. So I'll take one just without it, just, because they're beautiful regardless. They're also gorgeous. And let's not forget either, this is Bernie Wrightson's magnum opus. Bar none, it's the most beautiful, the best work he ever created is in his entire life. Okay? And to those of you out there thinking, well, I still liked his, horror comic, Swamp Thing better, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying you can't like that better. Different styles, right? Different styles. You may prefer that style to this Franklin Booth-inspired style. That's okay. But this is technically far more proficient and difficult to have done than anything he ever drew, including all that horror stuff and Swamp Thing that you're talking about and love, And believe me, I love that stuff too. But this is the magnum opus. So, with that in mind, I feel like, I'm not shocked that the pages, the plates without Frankenstein can go for $50,000, right? All right, let me jump in before I show you what happens, because I know you got 9 comments I haven't seen. And here we go. So, good question, Marcus. What is the dollar value for bragging rights? So that's about the previous one. Too high? You think it's too high? Okay. Easy to say, though. Easier said when you know what's coming. On this show, you know that the next resale is going lower, right? That's fair enough, though. You can have your opinion. The depreciation begins once you drive off the lot. RISD. What's that? Agreed, never sell. College and museum collections sell as well. Ruben the renter. Cheaper to rent it than buy it. That's true. So beautiful. It really is. It really is. Major bragging rights, no matter which plate you have, Oh, you saw that one in person at OAX. Cool. Oh, that's got to be a thrill to be able to examine that up front in person, Absolute beauty for sure. The monster is the price it got. Okay, whatever. I think part of it is that you guys know a lower price is coming. I don't know, I don't know if you would think necessarily the same way if you didn't know that it had resold for less. The monster is not on is an excuse. Keep waiting for one. Again, if you can afford it, but if you can't, right? Hooky was Bernie's magnum opus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, maybe to you. Definitely not his magnum opus as a matter of fact. But to you, it may be your favorite work, then that's okay. You're allowed to feel that way. All right, let's check out what happened. Quick reminder. So March of 2023, 52.8. And yes, then resold too soon at Comic Link 2 years later. But not too bad, right? Like in terms of the sale price, not too bad when you consider it went to auction 2 years later only. It's not too bad, 52 grand, 45 grand. When you're playing, right? When you're playing at that level, on a percentage basis, it's not a huge loss, But once again, the problem becomes that at auction, even one with a very reasonable seller's fee of 10%, at that price, you tack on so much more thousands of dollars of losses to combine for a total net loss of $11,800. So this gentleman owned it for 2 years and essentially rented it for $500 a month. That's a very, very expensive rental, even for a Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein plate, I got to say. Nowhere near the killer loss on a percentage basis that a lot of other pieces we've seen. But yeah, when you get to this price level, the lower percentages still end up being huge net losses in cash, total overall cash terms, So yeah, that's got to hurt, obviously. Worth every penny. But what do you guys think? You guys don't seem to have opinions on whether 45 was high or whether you expected it to go a lot less. LOL. But okay, whatever. No opinions. That's okay. We're just going to keep it rolling and go into the last 2 examples here. And boy, my chest and throat are feeling exhausted, and so are my shoulders. Oh man. Woo. Okay, this is not, it's not easy. Once again, though, thank you everybody. Those of you who have stuck around. I know, we've dropped about 17 or 18 people from our absolute peak. That's actually not bad because we've almost got still 4 dozen people. That's still very, very strong. So thank you. Really, really, really appreciate that. And again, continues to let me know that you really like these shows. But it makes me scared that if I do a follow-up episode right away, 7 days later next week, I have a feeling, yeah, you guys, well, I think you guys may still show up, probably most of you. But rewinders, I don't know. I never hear from them. So I wonder if they will show up 2 weeks in a row for the same type of show. But okay, 45 good price. Yeah, I'm glad you think that. Because again, I think 52 is a good price. Like when you're in that 45 range, you're only $5,000 away from 50. I really don't think that, 50, 52, to me, it's in the same ballpark, I think both people are buying at a level where it likely doesn't make a big difference. Thank you, Copy. Yes, I feel that way. And it has room to go up. Now, I think so. Exactly. Like, listen, I think in this example, the guy buying at 45, I think if he holds on for 5 years, he'll be okay. I think not only will he get his money back, but I feel it's a very, I feel, and again, there's no way to prove this, right? But I feel like 70% confident that he would break even and make some level of profit, like a decent profit, like in the thousands of dollars type profit, and certainly if he could hang on, 8 years, 9 years, 10, 12 years, he's going to be so happy when he eventually sells it. I really believe that, but minimum 5, I think he'll be okay. Yeah. Even if it had cost 50 the second time around, I really believe that if the reseller who had paid 52, if he had hung on for a full 5 years, I think he would have been okay. I believe that, And the great piece nonetheless, absolutely. And they don't come often at all. Exactly. But yeah, we'll see in the future. Let's hope that this latest owner holds on to it for many, many years. Okay, let me jump back in here. The second to last piece, guys. Second to last piece tonight. And another big one. I know you all remember this showing up. And that is the cover to X-Men. James, where are you? X-Men 200 peeps. Check it out. So here we have the cover by John Romita Jr. and Dan Green. The classic anniversary issue, 200th issue anniversary of the X-Men title. Purchased in September of 2023, a couple years back. Or not even yet, quite a year and a half or so. And yeah, I mean, it was exciting when I first saw this come out to market. Although I gotta say, I just want to say, and I don't know what you guys feel about this, but let me come back to you real quick, and I'll put it back up. But real quick, I gotta say, I always give with credit where it's due. You know that. But similarly, I always also, I will point out the faults where I think they're valid, And I have long thought that Romita Jr. was a brilliant artist. Always. I always loved his stuff. And he is. Whether you guys, though I know some of you hate his work, whatever. He's long for decades been a great artist. But I also have long said that while, and this is the interesting dichotomy I'm about to point out, and I've said this on my shows before, but for anybody who has not heard me say it, while being one of the great modern day artists of the last 40 whatever years, he simultaneously has been one of the absolute worst designers ever. Forget the last 40 years. And by designer, I mean costume and hairstyle designers. Yeah, as to me, hideous. Most of the stuff, whenever he would change, bring out a new costume and replace the classic one on whatever character it was. Yeah, I just feel hideous. the reason I bring that up simply, guys, is because while I always love this cover, you know, because of the face-off that's happening, and I love Magneto, but for Christ's sakes, if this had been classic Magneto, oh my God, would that have been so much more beautiful of a cover. But guys, does anybody here, how many of you actually remember this costume and thought, ooh, they changed this costume. Oh, I love that. That looks awesome. Come on. Like, are you serious? I was like, what is that? Oh my God. Like, it's the type of change that to me, it makes me start hating a character. Literally, I start hating the character because, like, a big part of the reason you start loving characters in the first place is because they catch your attention visually, right? You love their costume, the way they look. So when I start seeing a horrible looking costume, it's kind of like, well, I hate you. I don't want to look at you. Why? Well, because I don't want to see this ugly costume in any comic that I read. So I'd rather you not be in the costume in the comic book if you're going to wear this costume, you know? I think costumes are so important to the popularity and ultimately value of character appearances in comics. You know, I'm curious about what you guys think about that. Let's see. Jeebus. I don't know what that is. The new buyer will never lose money when he resells this. Well, if you're talking about the Wrightson piece, Mark, he will if he resells it in the next year or two. Well, he might. He you know, it's a 50-50 coin flip to me. He could make some money or he may lose money. If he's in the next 2 years, if he were to sell it at auction, I would bet more on losing money again because of the way that I feel that the price in the next 2 years would probably still once again sell somewhere in the 40 something to low 50 range. But I believe that he would get killed and lose money most likely because of the fees involved, you know? Okay, man, I don't like this cover, says Steve. Big M, yes, Magneto was rich and bright. Hannigan and Cockrum, great designers. Yeah, exactly, Rick. Yeah, Hannigan and Cockrum, absolutely. They were like some of the greatest. Yeah, Romita Jr., one of the worst. Milestone issue, and I like it, but X-Men collecting got insane that year. 6 figures. Yeah, horrible costume. Thank you for that, Steve. Look at that. Jason says, great cover back. Magneto's costume is garbage. Thanks, guys. And in all honesty, I really do. I laugh, but I really do mean it. I appreciate it. Because, you know, a lot of people, when we do things like this publicly, right, for so many hundreds of other fans to watch and listen, some people get mad. They get mad at you when they don't agree with your opinion and they think you shouldn't be saying negative things out loud, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. We're just pointing out facts. You know, you point out the good stuff, but you shouldn't be afraid to point out the bad stuff. You know, M equals meh. Yeah, thanks, Rick. I agree. Like Dan Green's inking, and you get 7 figures on the cover, but these prices are nuts to me. Hey, Mr. Rajag, Brian got back. Wow, I hated that costume. Thank you, sir. Okay, good to see you. I'm sorry, but this cover sucks. It doesn't suck if Magneto was either in his classic costume or out of the way entirely, right? It wouldn't suck then. So it's still good. I just think it really hurts me to see Magneto in that hideous looking costume. So yeah, let's take a look, guys. Let's take a look. 102,000. And then September 23. Then later resold at auction again. But this time Comic Link, which, by the way, guys, 95,000. So not actually a huge loss. Okay. And guys, let me know what you think about this. I feel that he actually made the right move in this case. He only held it for 1.5 years, okay? And it's an incredibly expensive piece of art, right? In my opinion, holding it only for 1.5 years, given that it's a $100,000 plus piece, I am absolutely on board with his decision-making to have sent it to Comic Link rather than Heritage. Let me come back to you for a moment. And the reason I say that, why? Because even though we have talked a lot about how, you know, Comic Link doesn't get as good results, I have stated very clearly and many times that when you're going directly to auction, right? Not a resale, but it's being sold like for the first time, then yes, I'm more apt to go heritage than comic, right? But when you're talking resale, I also have made it a point to say that over the years, I have found that for the big stuff, the key high-end, high-quality pieces, I feel that Comic Link has gotten and does get very solid, strong prices. So with that in mind, that's why I think that since the 5-year, the 5-year factor, since this reseller was not going to do the 5-year hold thing, to me, in my head, right away, I'm thinking, okay, you're probably, 85% of the time, it looks like it's going to be a loss, right? Okay, but so now you got to be thinking, he's probably never watched these shows. He doesn't, know anything about this. So he's probably never thinking about this, but we can think about this and discuss it. I'm thinking, all right, you're going to take a loss, most likely, right? Most likely. There's a small chance you may make money, but probably you're more likely to take a loss. So to me, I'm thinking, all right, if this guy's going to take a loss, please do yourself a favor. Go with the auction house that still gets good prices for key pieces, right? But charges you less. That's why I think that he made the right decision going with Comic Link in this point, in this case. I believe, if you think about it, I believe that going back to Heritage where he initially bought it, I think that would have killed him, right? Because typically that's what happens. The same auction house 2 times, back to back, in a short period of time, plus the fact that Heritage has the higher fee structure, I think he would have got killed worse than he got killed here. Let's take a look at it again. Yeah, if you think about the sales price, it's only $7,000 less, right? I mean, if you think about it from a percentage basis on the sale, comparing just the sales price, 95,000 instead of 102. But quick math, correct me if I'm wrong, quick math tells me that's around 7%, right? So it only sold both times at auction, right? Which we all know there's always a risk factor. You never know if it's going to go up or down. So taking such a risk, the fact that it only was within around 7% both times, to me, I think we can make the case to argue that, to make the statement, that we can fairly make the statement that the X-Men 200 cover sold for around the same price both times that it sold. If you get what I mean, right? It's not an exact science. Obviously, the seller lost money. And even comparing the sales prices, right? It's not the exact same sales price. It's a $7,000 difference. But at any level, when a piece of art sells at auction or even privately, 2 times for within 7% of the original sales price, I think it's fair to say, yeah, it's around the same price. 7% is close enough, So I don't think that the auction process hurt it in this case. And that's rare, right? That's rare in these examples. But I really don't think that the auction process hurt it. In fact, I think the decision to go to this particular auction house, Comic Link, helped him mitigate the losses. I believe he would have lost a lot more going to Heritage. So let me jump in here quick and see the last 8 comments. Sorry, but okay, sorry. Yeah, it's X-Men and it's nostalgia. Absolutely. Yikes. 1 bidder down. Right. See, which works to what I just finished saying about the, within 7% range of the sales price. Interesting how the printed cover does not match the original art. I didn't even notice that. I'll take a look in a second. Steve says, frankly, only think the upper left corner box art is a bit worthwhile as art. Okay, you're pretty harsh. Seller was lucky to lose so little. It was not frame worthy. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it, Mark. X-Men 97 hype didn't work on that level. That's true. They reused this cover in June for an omnibus. Maybe that increased the interest for the original sale. Oh, really? Interesting, Sean. Interesting. What's up, Carl? Dang, you guys are still going. We got one example left, Carl. One example left, and then we're out of here. So it'll be like a slightly over 4-hour show. You're about to crash. Crash, man, crash. Both prices are rounding up and or rounding down to 100 if you average them. Exactly. More affirms the price range of it. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Whether the art appeals or not. Yeah, 2 recent sales. Exactly. Thank you. I'm exhausted. I can tell you that. 4 hours, 5 and 6 hour shows with other people in the studio to share the talking, the yapping. I could do that, no problem. But oh my God, my throat, my chest, and my back and shoulders are very sore right now. But thanks. I need the cheering on. Don't forget to hit the like, man. Carl, sup Carl, Triple X. And I agree with that, Ruben. Thinking on the strategy to resell and result. Right, demonstrated this. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Steve. Don't even feel like it's been 4 hours. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. And hopefully, people see and hear that when they're watching on Rewind, and they kind of see that, newer people, especially, who wonder, like, hey, why does this guy's shows always go so long? The truth is, the vast majority of the length of all my episodes, it is because of the interactivity. It's all the talking we all do. As you guys saw with that, the retrospective, the career retrospective for Butch Geist I was able to pull off a 200 image show in under 3 hours. It was 3 hours and 10 minutes. I believe it was 3 hours, 10 minutes. And then we talked at the end. And that's with a guest, like a guest or co-host in the studio, but no talking, no interaction with you guys. So that kind of gives you a hint of what is possible. So imagine that's 200 images. Imagine how fast I would get through collector show and tell episodes with only 20 images if I didn't bother to interact with you guys. We'd be doing 45-minute episodes. So, hopefully people on Rewind see this and see your comments, a Marvel fan there, and they realize that this is the Yapathon it's really what makes the show so much fun. What's funny is I always have it with me, and most of the time I forget to drink it. I forget that it's here. It's all warm. I haven't even had a sip yet. Let me take one. And even though I have the fan on overhead, I'm boiling in here. Oh my God. All the talking. Woo! It got me sweating up a storm. And the printed piece is, Magneto's bigger. Okay, good, because I won't check it out. Overlaps the logo, plus the black X in the background is omitted. Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Tom. No guest. Triple X clickbait brought you, right? You got Susan Powdered. Yeah. Well, I got my co-host is Susan Powder. But she's only here in spirit and on the thumbnail, So that's okay. Quality time, quality people. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that, and I agree, man. I'll have to go back and catch the Butch Geist show. You should. I mean, if you're a fan, you're a fan. And I got to tell you, Antoine and anybody else listening who may never have been a big Butch Geist fan, I ended up getting, first of all, it was very nice to see that the first comment left underneath the video for that show was from Elizabeth, Butch's daughter. So that was really nice. And I had somebody else reach out and tell me that, hey, just wanted you to know that I've been a Butch Geist fan for a long, long time, but even I wasn't aware of how much stuff he had done and how many titles he had worked on, which is cool given that I still didn't show every single title he worked on, even with 200 examples, And he was very thankful that he learned something, even though he thought he already knew everything about Butch Geist's career, So that's fun and rewarding to see that. Ruben won't stop the insanity. Not if it's within my power, I won't. Ruins Powter is in the rails. The guy show is a great. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad I could do it for Butch's family, especially, you know. Gosh, you just looked. She's 67. Exactly. It's if you read the stories, a lot that come along with those pictures, Tom. It's very sad. I feel bad. Okay, let's get with it. Last piece, guys. Remember what I said earlier. Once again, thank you for being here, everybody. 49. We're just one person short of the magic round 50 number. So thank you for those of you who have stuck around. Thank you to those of you who've only been here, you know, in and out. It doesn't matter to me. Any of your attention you can give to any of my content, I'm super appreciative of it. I will remind to those of you who are just in and out or just coming in very recently, in the last 10 minutes, whatever, that this next example, it's my last example. Don't just look at it and take off, even if you don't care about it. I want to see if you can sort of pitch in your 2 cents, because I'm going to break it down like I did an earlier piece this evening, and talk about how to value art and how this should have been valued. Okay, but I would love for you guys maybe to give your opinions. I'm really interested in your opinions in terms of what you thought when this first sold. Okay, yeah, because I really want to get into this one. Okay, Antoine. A lot of us do, as much as frequently as we can, right? I get you, man. I get you. I like In-N-Out burgers. I think I tried it once. I'm not a big fan. Animal style. Yes. All right. So let me show it to you guys. Let me do it's a DPS. So I have to. I'll show you the colored version first. All right. So check out the colored version, and then start telling me what you feel about value, high, low, whatever, whether it's prices you think it should have gone for, whatever. All right, here we go. Check it out. All right, so this is Champions number 12, page 2 and 3 by the legendary John Byrne. And I feel nicely inked in this time period by Bob Layton. And yeah, so we got what? We got a DPS here again from Champions with what? Eight characters, folks. 8 characters. 70s. Okay, so it's a double page splash. I'm gonna tell you the pros and cons, right? Let me start with the pros first, okay? So the pros are that it's vintage era. John Byrne, vintage John Byrne, both of those are equally, 2 separate things you can count. The fact that it's vintage and that it's John Byrne, but it's also vintage John Byrne together, right? The fact that it's, like I said, 8 characters and a double page spread, okay? So Tom says, a great DPS. Marcus says Byrne is the new Newton. That's not a positive thing, everybody, by the way. Steve says, nice DPS, nice work by Byrne, nice action, good characters, well depicted, late 70s Byrne. All right, so Steve thinks it's very positive, a lot of positive things to point out. Kavi says, I want to see the art, but it's cool. I'm going to show it to you in a second. The 2 characters I care about are tiny. Okay, that's Marcus. You're a smart guy. You're one of the guys who does see things very closely to the way I do. Okay. Oh my God, Rick thinks it should have gone for 10K. Shit, you're even way below what I was thinking. But man, wild. That's wild. Okay, so let me show you what this reseller first bought it for. Here we go. All right, January of 2022 on Heritage, and yeah, $46,800. Okay, so let me jump back into the comments, guys. And holy cow is right. Holy cow is right. And yeah, Stiltman is awesome. Jeez. Ouch. Wow, don't recall. Don't recall that. All right. Before I start talking, okay, I'm just going to wait to see if more of you actually throw in your opinions. Sorry, way too high, says Brian. Anybody else? Anybody else before I start talking? Anyone? All right. You can obviously, throw in your opinion as you want. So, guys, I can say that I have already, when I was showing you the color scan, I have already said everything, literally everything that I think are the pros about this, okay? The positives. Yeah, indeed, Steve, indeed. Wait on my price range, but would like to own this one. Okay, all right. So take a good look at it. Take a good look, because when I talk to you and I rant, I want to rant. Okay, I wanted to rant just looking at the screen rather than at the art. But okay, let me rant while the art is up here. Okay, you know what? Before I start the rant, yeah, let me show you what happened so you can see. For those of you who, especially those of you who don't agree with my assessment of value, at least that way you'll know. You'll already know what it sold for, and you'll know why I'm gonna be ranting. Okay, pre-rant. Yeah, so let me show you. Here's what happened. So, okay, January 22, and then resold at Heritage again for $21,250 for a net cash loss in that person's pocket of basically either $30,000 or $31,500, depending on whether he had to pay any seller's fee, okay? Or in percentage terms, for those of you who love to listen to my shows and not watch it, a net loss of 63.68% minimum, and possibly as high as 67.3% maximum. Or not really maximum, because it's still slightly possible this person could have gotten the full seller fee treatment, and he would have lost even more than that. Not likely though, but it's possible. But more than likely, it's either 63% or 67%. Okay, let me come back to you. It's weird. Even though I can't see you guys, I would rather see myself than the art when I rant. Okay, but let me jump in and see what the comments are first. Okay. Yep. Ouch. Good price. If he sells again in 2 years, then you will be right, Rick. If sold during the COVID mess, it sold during the COVID mess first time. Another easy blame, right? We can always easily blame it on COVID when it seems too high. It's not always that. And that's part of my rant. Okay. You get pre-X-Men, X-Men burn. See, you're pointing that out as if it's a plus. And if I'm fair, okay, fine. That's one thing I did leave out. I will say it's a very minor one. It's a very minor pro. But okay, you can say you have 2 X-Men, original X-Men. That's the problem, okay? And I'll get to that in a second. If I was the owner who put it up, I would be quite crestfallen. I'm pretty sure he was, So Brian was thinking 25, 29. Seems like a piece Lovitz would get. It seems like a piece a lot of people would get. Honestly, the second sale seems like a crazy low price. Really interesting. Okay. And then although Liefeld loves Champions as well, for $20K, it's cheaper than Byrne, Austin, X-Men. Okay, Marcus, I got to tell you, dude, you are assessing way, in my opinion, obviously, way too much value to the Angel, Iceman, Byrne thing. Way too much. Okay, so now it's time for me to rant. Okay, this is how I see it. Number one, what should I mention first? I always go to the title first, but I can rant a lot about just that alone. Okay, let me do that. Let me do that. So, champions. Okay, here's the thing that I feel a lot of art collectors disregard in art. All of us used to be, some still are, but a lot of us are former comic book readers, collectors, okay? And let me tell you something, as somebody who, I'm not the oldest guy here, you guys know that, but as somebody who has been around in the hobby of comic books, right, and then artwork, for 40-something years, okay? Let me tell you, and feel free, if in where you live, of course, you should always tell me if it was different for you. But where I live, I've always lived in the same place, Montreal, Canada, okay? Marcus, I just saw what you posted, and yes, that's true, very true, that's what I'm going to say. Where we live, all right, in all the time that I've been in this hobby, since 1982, Champions was the back issue for me, okay? Champions was the back issue. And I can tell you that ever since 1982, right? I wasn't around before then, but ever since 1982, when I was around, I can tell you unequivocally, with no, right? There's no, I'm not mistaken. There's no memory faultiness here. I clearly remember this. This was, okay, guaranteed that from 82 at least, minimum, onwards, and I can make the case that it started since it got published, the first issue got published, okay? Even back in 82 and throughout the 80s, when you guys, those of you who remember, who were around then, and remember that John Byrne was the hottest artist in the world at the time, okay? It was Byrne #1, George Perez #2. You guys who remember that Byrne X-Men was the hottest back issues on most walls of comic shops, those of you who had comic shops, okay? And there were countless Byrne art fans, right? Again, we're just talking in the comic book days when most of us were still not collecting art, didn't know, we're too young for art, whatever. Just comic book fans. Even back then, there were a lot of John Byrne fans who would buy and collect, like Byrne completists, or not necessarily completists, but Byrne collectors, okay? Who would like to buy all the vintage stuff that Byrne did, or a lot of it, And I remember that while Byrne Champions back issues, yes, they booked for, and in bins were worth more than the surrounding issues that were drawn by whoever the hell they were drawn by, Don Heck or whoever, right? Yes, they were worth more, but nobody gave a shit. I'm just telling you like it is. Like, yes, some Byrne collectors, which I was, okay, you try hard to try to come up with the money to complete your Byrne X-Men run first. Then you were a Fantastic Four collector. It was monthly. He was doing it monthly at the time. He hadn't been on the title for long at that point, right? But yeah, I knew a lot of my friends back then who were like Byrne lovers, who were like, yeah, some of them were like, okay, I'll get those Champions issues, but some of them didn't. Some were like, nah, whatever. I don't need to have that, The bottom line is, it's what Marcus was pointing out here, right? Let me find where it was. Just trying to be positive. Painful for real seller, but I really don't understand the Byrne market in many ways. Like Marcus said, champions are losers. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't put it in those words, team of misfits, but yes. Think about it this way, guys, and this is why I say that I was talking only from 82 onwards, because that's when I first got into the hobby. But I happen to know, because I know the history of comics, that Champions were never popular. It never sold well as a brand new comic when it was being published. Okay, that's a fact, which is why it got canceled. And it was never a highly in demand back issue when it was a back issue. That's factual. Okay. Never, I've never seen it happen, but I guess it's possible if you lived in an area where your comic shop didn't have the ability to get, quality back issue stock. Okay. It's possible that somebody somewhere in the world with a comic shop might have put Champions Byrne issues up on the wall as wall books for $5 or whatever. It's possible. But look, for the most part, you didn't put that shit on your wall. That was in the bins always. Okay? So yeah, so let's get to why, Marcus says champions are losers, team of misfits, right? Exactly. That's the whole point. Look, you've got, let's attack those X-Men first, because that's where the money is, right? You got 8 characters on that double page splash, everybody. Okay, so let's do what we did earlier in the evening when we broke it down, right, to the individual components, right? The content. Okay, so the content is the most important thing, even before the John Byrne artist name. Okay, the content is what's important here, because that resold for whatever $21,000, but if that was from the same year, right, 1977 or whatever year it was, if that was from the same year, let's say, and the characters were the X-Men, the new X-Men, okay, Wolverine, Colossus, blah blah blah, and the artist was Sal Buscema with choose your favorite Sal Buscema inker, okay? That would sell today for over $21,000. Okay? A Sal Buscema pencil, right? Sal, who doesn't have anywhere near the cachet and value as John Byrne. Okay? But that would sell for well beyond $21,000 if you had those same, imagine those characters on this page. Let me put it up again for you, just so we can all visualize, right? If you can visualize, let's say Hercules was Wolverine, right? And he's coming at you. And, Angel, that could have been Storm flying in, right? And then everybody else here is replaced by all the other X-Men. If you had it like that, and it was Sal Buscema and your favorite Sal Buscema inker, okay, that would sell today for well over $21,000, okay, with all these characters being X-Men, okay? Feel free to disagree if you want to. That's cool. I 100% believe that. Nobody will change my mind, okay, because it's about character. Character, still far more important than the artist, okay? So, let's break it down. Right? So let's look at this. You talk about value. Okay, well, it's all about content, as I keep saying. Content is the most important thing. So, what's the most valuable thing here that you guys are looking at? The Angel. Think about that, guys. I'm going to come back to you because it's killing me. The Angel. The Angel, guys, is the character that supplies the most monetary value on this given piece. Okay, I'm not talking as a character in general. Okay, let me put this another way. Ghost Rider, who you see in the upper left corner, as a character, out of all these characters, Ghost Rider is the one who has the most monetary value on original art. Okay, out of all these characters. The problem for this piece is that Ghost Rider is this small. Okay, so because of that, the fact that you barely see him, you can't value it. He carries no value there. Nobody's going to buy this. No Ghost Rider lover is going to buy this piece just because, yeah, just love it. I got to get that because Ghost Rider's on it. No, because he's too small. A heavy-duty Ghost Rider collector might go after it if the largest character on the page was Ghost Rider, flaming head on the motorcycle or whatever, instead of Angel, right? That's for sure, that's possible, But because he's that small, as small as he is, you can't ascribe any value to it. All right. So what do we go from there? All right. So what's the next most valuable character? Okay, first let's look at the ones that don't have value. You got Black Widow that, she has a following, a fan following, but as I said earlier tonight, fan followings as, just generally as a character, because you like to have a character in stories and read about them and see them. It doesn't necessarily translate to value in original art collecting. So Black Widow, she doesn't really add. And I can tell you as a seller, I've sold Black Widow pages, appearances, and, not easy to sell. Okay. And so she doesn't carry much value. And the fact that she's tiny like Ghost Rider also means forget it. On this piece, no value. Okay. So let's move down. I like the Hercules, right? Hercules is in a cool pose. He's coming at you like that, but as I've said before, Hercules, I like him as a character. I love seeing him in Thor comics when he's either buddying around with Thor or fighting Thor. That's awesome, right? But even in Thor comics from the 1970s, guys, like John Buscema, you can still get pages. They for whatever reason, I think it's cheap, but they still can sell for like $1,600 to $2,400. Like, it seems really cheap for whatever reason. Okay. So he alone, right, on his own, he doesn't have much value. Sure, there are nostalgia fans who are Hercules fans who will pay decent money for Hercules pages by Bob Layton from the 2 Hercules miniseries, and that's okay. Those were fun, whatever, but it's not mega money anyways. It's still affordable for most people, that stuff, So that's different. Other than that, Hercules as a guest star on pages and other comics, nobody's looking for that shit, right? He doesn't carry any value. So you can't really ascribe any value to him here. Again, we're talking about this piece, right? Okay. So at the bottom left-hand corner, I don't know who that is. I think it's Dark Star from the Soviet Super Soldiers, but somebody correct me if I'm wrong. All right. I don't think I need to even talk. I think we all, without exception, are going to agree that if whoever that is, 0 value is ascribed to her. All right, let's continue. While I like Stiltman in Daredevil pages, if he's using his stilt powers and he's like high up in the sky, like up at the top of like towering beside the skyscrapers, and those pages can sell for good money. It makes for a nice visual, even though he's a cheesy villain. The power visually makes it look cool when you see those scenes of people looking out of windows of buildings and, they're up on the 90th floor and you see Stiltman. So it makes for cool visuals, right, as a character. And so those earlier appearances, in Daredevil comics especially, can sell for big money. But other than that, if he's not using his powers, up high with skyscrapers or whatever, he's a useless character. He has no value, right? Gone. So that's it for him. He's out of the picture. So we're running out of characters, guys, right? Think about that. We're running out of characters for a piece that sold for $46,000, right? Was it 46 for the, 46.8. Okay, let's take a look again. Who's left? All right. I think maybe 1 or 2 of you may argue, but Black Goliath, he has about half a cent value worth of value more than Dark Star, which is 0. Since it's 0, he has 0 too. So that's 0. Okay, out. You're out. You got no value there for him. Okay, nobody's paying anything for, or even looking for Black Goliath appearances. Who's left? Iceman and Angel, right? Yeah, Iceman and Angel. Okay, so aside from Ghost Rider, they would be the ones to carry some value, but not really. Again, if you break it down and you think about it in terms of unity, you break it down one character at a time. The only value those 2 guys have is that they used to be connected to the X-Men, right? The X-Men brand, you do think, oh, Angel, Iceman, oh, former X-Men. Unfortunately, they are two of the original X-Men. And those of you who have been around a long time or longer than me will probably agree that throughout most of history, as back issues, the original X-Men have been dead as a doornail, right? They have their moments here and there when people want to speculate, whatever, and then it dies out again. For the most part, the original X-Men, even though it's Kirby for the first, 10, 8 issues, they've always been dead as a doornail. It's always the title whose issues sell with least demand for less money because nobody ever cared about X-Men. Because why? Content. What do I mean? Well, the characters. Who's in the original X-Men team? Cyclops, probably the best one, the most valuable one. The original Iceman, who looked like a snowman in the early days. Marvel Girl, who nobody really cares for her unless she's Phoenix. Hank McCoy, the Beast, nobody cares about until he became furry in the early 70s. Who did I miss? Well, whoever I missed, you get my point. So the back issues have always been very slow sellers, or almost always, right? Because nobody really has ever cared for those characters. Angel, I guess he's the one I missed. Angel, while I personally, from a visual standpoint, love Angel, it's more because I'm always been attracted to winged characters. So I love most winged characters, you know? But bottom line is, he wasn't part of the new X-Men. It's the new X-Men everybody has loved since 1975, not the originals, right? So even Angel, just on his own, doesn't really carry much value beyond being able to say, oh, he used to be an X-Man. You know what I mean? So this is what I try to teach people when especially newer people in the hobby, when you're seeing something that initially at first glance looks amazing, like, right? Because a piece like this, I understand why most people when their eyes first, you first lay eyes on it, you're like, oh, John Byrne champions, right? Because the first thing you remember is it's the memories, like one of those early Byrne things from the 70s, one of the early non-X-Men, John Byrne, especially if you liked the style in those days, And so you're thinking, wow, double page splash. And all you see is you're overwhelmed. Your senses are overwhelmed by the sheer volume of characters on the page. Oh, wow, cool, And you might even like some of these characters individually, right? I mean, I do, again, I like fun stories of Hercules. I always had a thing for Iceman and Angel, but I also know that individually, as like in comic books, their appearance never factored into the value, and in artwork, the same thing. If they suddenly appear on a page, it doesn't affect the value up or down in any way. So you have to look at it that way. So I just went through a list of 8 characters, most of whom carry no value on this. So how does this even sell for $21,000, $250? Okay, well that's where you're like, when you have to assess the value and you're breaking it down into the unitary items that are on this piece, right? You realize, okay, on an individual basis, none of these solo characters really bring, they're not really worth much. So that's when you realize, okay, that's when the value has to shift more towards your nostalgia and excitement about, whoa, cool 70s, DPS, of a bunch of random characters that I'm familiar with them all. I'm familiar with them all. Some of them I may like, some of them I may not. And sure, I know, yes, a few of you out there may have loved reading the Champions. Whatever. The point is that a few of you do not a market make. Okay, there's not enough of you who love Champions to where we can say that it matters. That you love them matters. It doesn't change that these guys on an individual basis don't really carry value. Okay, so that's what I'm going to say. So ultimately, a piece like this from the get-go, if you're not getting all hyped up, and a lot of this is hype, let's face it. And I don't just mean COVID hype. I mean, wow, double-page splash, 70s, Marvel. You know, I recognize these characters. Oh, they're all coming in fighting the villains. You know, that's fun. It is fun. I could see how it gets you excited, but if you have to keep thinking about it and realize, whoa, let's not get too excited too soon and start breaking it down. You know, when you start to think like, what's the value of this? You know, and that's why I always break it down the way I do. If you do that, you start to maybe realize, yeah, this. Because if you don't break it down that way, I can see how people might think, yeah, this is worth $40,000 or $50 or whatever it's sold for. You know. When you break it down, I think you'd be like, okay, this is where it leaves me going. John Byrne, you know, vintage era, Bob Layton inks are nice. Double page splash. I can't afford X-Men pages. So, I don't know. Yeah, 17 grand, 18. I don't know. Then you think about it a little more, and maybe you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe no. Maybe that's too cheap. Maybe low 20s, or you know what? Maybe a nice round 25. How about that? 25. Yeah, 25. You know, just to say I got a double page splash with a ton of Marvel heroes in action. Yeah, and given that the X-Men double page splash, you know, with John Byrne factor, and forget Austin. Let's say it was John Byrne and Bob Layton. Yes, I would think that. Oh my God! Like obviously we know this would be well into the six figures, you know, $500,000, whatever, you know. But it's not that. It's not that. So I'm gonna jump in. There hasn't been that many comments since I started ranting. About I think 13. So let me see here: 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then another 5. Let me see. Actually, there's more than that. The champions was okay. Hold on, there's more. Champions are losers. That's what I last remember from you, Marcus. All right, possibly better example of classic Byrne than a lot of Byrne art. I don't know about that. The champions wasn't selling that great, but I love the series. Yeah, so there you go. And you know, hats off to you. I never read them, by the way. I never read them, guys. So I'm not making any aspersions towards what the stories were like. That's not what we're talking about here. We're just basically talking of how to assess value to artwork, original artwork. And yeah, it does matter. It does matter that when the artwork contains nothing but characters who individually on their own have never been popular, that nobody really chases after, who nobody really cared much about in their own comics back when they were just comics. You know, it matters. But yeah, feel free to like them and read them. Sure, that's fine, right? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about and how to evaluate them, right? Even lower than Defenders. Yeah. Honestly, Marcus, I don't even know how Defenders ever lasted 150 issues. To me, that's just as crap. I don't know. That shocks to me. That's shocking to me. I don't know if you're laughing because it was obviously a long time ago. You're probably laughing at my rant, Rick. They wanted Raj 2000. Yeah, I remember some people did. It's funny. Some people I knew would not get the Champions issues, but they still would get the Raj 2000, even including me. I did get Raj 2000. But it was more because it was just such a curiosity. That's the only reason. It was just like, it's such an oddball thing. You know, first of all, it was like, oh, he did work at Charlton before he broke in at Marvel or DC. You know, it was just the oddball factor of it. And so, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, let me pick up some of those Charlton comics that he did, you know, that's it. But yeah, but I recognize that they were crap. At least you know what I mean? I could still admit they were crap, even though I would still buy them, you know. Currently looking for Byrne Charlton comics. There you go. You know, it's fun. It's just a fun kind of, if you're a Byrne fan or a completist or whatever, it's still fun stuff to get. As comics, I wouldn't pay up for the artwork though, you know. Champions would be on the wall to patch a hole in the wall. Break it down for us, please. I I'll try. You can find a lot of Newman copies of #1. Not many people even care to handle them, right? But I'd still take this over the Zeus. Listen, I agree. Of course, I would rather have this piece over the Zeus piece, you know? By the way, was it ever confirmed? Did any of you ever confirm that that was Zeus or Odin? Like 100% sure. Just call me Angel. That's on my playlist in the car. I hear that every so often. Room the Ranther. Indeed, indeed. Iceman. You prefer Iceman than Hercules? Yeah, me too. I think. I don't know. I don't know. It depends. It depends. Stiltman used to use those legs to peek into Mary Jane's apartment when she was changing. X Factor was good. You know what? That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing, Sean. I agree with you. I agree with you. It was a different time. It was, 20 some odd years later. Yeah, but I agree with you. I certainly enjoyed reading those, probably more than X-Men. I did enjoy some of the early X-Men, but not a lot of it. Cyclops the least valuable. Dylan and Ruben are Cyclops apologists. I don't know about that. I've told you guys, I love Cyclops, but I also simultaneously kind of hate him. You know what I mean? He's one of those characters. I love him. Like early on in my comic book reading, collecting, I bought an X-Men reprint comic, and the backup story was the origin of Cyclops and how he got his powers and how he uses his powers. And I used to copy and draw the splash page to that, which was really cool. I think it was Werner Roth. And yeah, ever since then. And plus, I was always a fan as a kid of the Greek mythology. So the real Cyclops, right? Or whatever. The mythological one-eyed monster Cyclops. So yeah, to see, I was already aware of the mythology, the Greek mythology, when I discovered the superhero, So I was like, oh, cool, But yeah, it's the way he behaved when Wolverine came on the scene that I really started to hate him. I try to act like a tough guy. Whatever. I mean, we don't have time for that. But yeah, I love him in some ways, but hate him in others. Let's just leave it there. I like Wings too. Cool. Yeah. Hawkman, Dawn Star from the Legion of Superheroes. I'm having the champions for breakfast. Yeah, I didn't expect to go on that far of a rant, but thank you for allowing me. I appreciate it. It was this or 4 She-Hulk pages. Hey, to each their own, I guess. I don't know which one I'd take. I don't know. Depends on the quality of all the She-Hulk pages. Sticking with your 10K. Wow. See, Rick is not only like kind of, I guess, agreeing with everything I said on how to evaluate it, but he's even harsher because I will say, guys, ultimately, or maybe I did mention it. I ranted for so long I don't remember, but I'll say it just in case I didn't say it out loud. I ultimately did think that this, when it first came up and it sold for 46, I was mind blown because I felt, breaking it down as I did, I felt like, okay, somewhere between, say, 17 and 22. And if it's a really hot market, hot auction, 25, nice round number. And that value, again, mostly ascribed to the fact that it's vintage Byrne double page splash of a bunch of characters. That's it. That's how I felt. But Rick is on record, guys, as saying he's sticking with a valuation of no more than 10 grand. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I have no interest in it, but even I'd buy it for 10 grand. Easily, like in a second, Yeah, I'm only in it for the Hercules image. Well, then that explains it. And no nostalgia. Okay, I got you. It's a personal thing for you, Isn't it for me either at these prices? Wow, even as a Marvel fan, not much else to add. All right, thanks, Cobbie. I think maybe someone that is buying in that price range isn't thinking about these things. I agree, Sean. It's very possible. Listen, I actually believe that a lot of collectors probably don't think the way I think. I think I've always been far more, what's the word? Like I think deeply into it in terms of how to evaluate and whatever. I think I've always felt that, yeah, most people probably don't break it down the way I always have. So, yeah, but I don't know. They just want a big classic Byrne image. Right. And they take whatever's available. I agree with that, man. I agree with that. I mean, I agree with that. And yeah, I know, but you still have to be careful though. I just feel like, why, even if you felt that way, why would you think, okay, that's worth about 50K to me? You know what I mean? So yeah, it was Odin. Thank you, Rick. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you. Still, even being Odin instead of Zeus, 12 to 15, I'm still on 12 to 1500. You know, just stands. Cycle just stands around and opens his eyes and then takes credit for leading the team. Look, man, I read going back to the Silver Age, those early ones. I don't know. I just felt he was a leader. I like that he led them. He was the brave leader. I don't know. Like I said, I love and hate him at the same time. You know, famous last words indeed, Kavi. What can I tell you? You know how these things go. But anyways, guys, I mean, that's it for me. 5 more people just dropped off in the last couple of minutes, and I definitely do not blame them. And another one just dropped off. Honestly, guys, in all seriousness, I'm very. It makes me happy and proud that even on an episode that has gone on for 4 hours and 40 minutes, that we still have almost 36 people here, like 32 people after almost 5 hours. You know, yeah, it's really amazing. I think it's a testament, first and foremost, to all of you and your, you know, just enjoying the time you spend here with me and liking to just hear a lot more about, you know, comic art type content. But also I know that part of it is of your loyalty for some of you guys. I know that it's a loyalty thing and you feel like, yeah, you know, you're coming to support. Either way, whatever the reasons are, I really, really appreciate it, you know. And boy, is my chest, arms, shoulders, and back exhausted and voice. Oh, but yeah, I appreciate it. It's yeah, and again, you guys on watching on Rewind, the fact that you really love this series again, I've said it before, I'll say it again though, it bears mentioning. And props again to Matt Kennedy, because I'm sure a lot of the views were because people like to hear him speak and not me. You know, I this series, the previous 4 episodes were, you know, there are some of the most viewed episodes of all my episodes of any series on my channel. So it shows that a lot of people, not just those of you who tune in live, but a lot of the Rewind people even seem to really love watching this Stop the Insanity series. Yeah, so I'm very, very grateful for that. Yeah, and good question, Marcus. I think he just fell asleep or took off. You know how he is. He likes to disappear without saying anything and try to sneak back in and pretend he was here all along. You know, he's done that before. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. I can't believe you're still here. Maybe you left and came back, but whatever. I don't care. I'm glad. That's so awesome. Interesting seeing the art and hearing commentary rants. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So great to see you back again, man. Did you outlast Stanley? I must have. Get some rest. Enjoyed the show. Thank you, Kavi. Thank you. Have a good night. Again, everybody, my last words are just to say, I actually have a thumbnail ready for the next episode, what will be the 6th episode of this series, Stop the Insanity. But I'm not going to show it because I'm not sure that's what I'll do next week. You guys should let me know real quick. If you guys are still here, you don't mind telling me. I mean, mind you, I guess it matters more to me about the Rewind people who I can never get an answer from. But I wonder, I was really shocked that last week's episode did as well as it did. Like I said, almost 500 views. Shocking to me because last minute hangout episodes typically do more poorly, more like some of them struggle to hit 300. Some of them go a little over 300. You know what I mean? But like I said, I love it because I love being able to just talk about anything and everything at any given time, go back and forth, you know? So I love talking, you know, the freedom that I have to talk about whatever we want to talk about, plus the fact that I don't have to do any prep work for hours beforehand. I love to do, you know, anything goes types episodes. So I'm just wondering if people would get tired of it if I suddenly started doing, an emphasis on anything goes episodes where it's like 2 to 3 per month out of the 4, and where collector show and tells and this type of, Stop the Insanity type of show and tells sort of become, every once in a while, I'm wondering what you would think. I have a feeling people would start dropping off and stop watching. That's my feeling. But I don't know, because again, people don't really tell me. I'd love to know though, because I would like to do more anything goes types episodes. I'm kind of scared that people are gonna stop watching. Thank you, Tom. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks for hanging in so long. Holy cow! Wow, awesome. Thank you so much. Maybe your next 90s catchphrase should be "Booyah." Well, I mean, the Stop the Insanity catchphrase came to me not because of Susan Powter, but again, I was just thinking, like, in my head as I was talking, like, what's wrong with these people? Like, please stop doing this. Stop the insanity, And as soon as I said it out loud, I was like, ooh, wait, who was that? Somebody said that. And then Susan Powter, that's how that happened. So if it comes naturally, that's okay. But yeah, booyah. How the hell am I going to relate that to what I'm doing, Cheers, Antoine. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rick, as always. Of course, you too, Brian. Thank you so much. So happy to see you here tonight. Wow. Good night. Good news. Yes. Thank you. Oh, you were here the whole time, just doing work and listening. Nice. That's what a lot of people do. Nothing wrong with that. I love it, Tony. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Robert Stain, man, you too. Thank you so much. You were here so long. Wasn't it a long weekend? Yeah, it was a long weekend last week in the States. You guys have another holiday weekend? What weekend is it? What the hell's going on? Holiday weekend, Kavi. What is happening? Most would roll with it. You think? Rick? I'm feeling like I told you guys about a month and a half ago or something, in the previous 6 months, my average view numbers were 450. Right? That's all the different series episodes together, right? Averaging 450 views. And so I have recalculated, after the last 6 weeks or whatever, I figured somewhere around there, right? But I feel like if I suddenly started doing 2 to 3 anything goes episodes every month, which again, I would love, I really feel like the views would quickly drop off to like an average of maybe 300. I think people ultimately, they don't mind those shows, but they still I think the majority of people probably still would rather see art and talk about art. That's my feeling. I don't know. That's why I'm scared to try it, Mark V, what happened? Hey. Yeah, we talked about it early on. Yeah. But that's not really, it's not that she was homeless. I feel terrible. Not that she was homeless has anything to do with the theme of the show. It's her catchphrase, Stop the Insanity, which it's something that I came up with when I was thinking about, like I said, why do you keep reselling your art so soon and sending it to auction and losing money? Stop the insanity, and then it reminded me of her, and that's how it came up, right? So that's it. In that sense, it's fitting, like popular all-night radio shows, somewhat similar vibe. The host is the key. I don't know, man. I appreciate that. I guess that's a compliment, Steve. I'm looking forward to getting a rest tonight and getting a good meal with you tomorrow, though. Thank you, John. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, man. John is the guy who reached out to me a couple days ago, by the way, everybody. I just want to give props where they're due. I always give you guys props as a group. But when I can, if I can give you props individually, I do that too. And John reached out just to let me know 2 things. That he really likes this series within a series, Stop the Insanity. And because he likes it, he also had an example to show me of somebody that, something that got resold. And funny enough, which I love, right? If anybody wants to send me examples, that's great. Usually I have the examples when people do that, but you never know. I could miss some, right? And this one that he gave me, I didn't have it already. So great. That'll go into probably the next episode, So thank you for that, John. Last weekend we were referring to when you had more, we were referring to when, last weekend. Oh, you're referring to when I had more views. Yeah, again, this is why once a month seems good for anything goes as a regular thing. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Kavi. I want to do more because it's so hard to get guests anymore, you know. And when I'm not doing that show, most of the other series involve a lot of behind the scenes work with imagery. That's why, you know, I'm kind of wanting to do more stuff where I don't have to do any work and I just show up like you guys on a Sunday night and just shoot the shit. I'd like to do it more than once a month. That's the thing, you know. I'm just, like I said, that's what I'm scared that people wouldn't want that. Miss Vivian likes the 5-hour show. She gets the whole bed to herself. Exactly. Plus, I stay up so late, Brian, that oftentimes I'm finally going to bed when she's waking up for her to start her day. So we actually have separate beds, though. They're stuck together, but separate beds. Yeah. We need our space. We need our space, especially as we get older, to get better sleep. Do a retrospective on other artists. I thought of it, but the thing about that, Marcus, is, and you know, I thought about that at the beginning of my channel. The reason I've been reluctant to go to sleep, Kavi, go to sleep. The reason I've been reluctant to, Marcus, is because of the fact that with Butch, it happened, you know, organically, obviously, because he passed away, and it was so shocking. But also primarily because Butch was a guy whose art I always loved and always felt other people should love more. But like many artists who come into the field, they're not pumped up and promoted by Marvel or DC as the next young gun, hot guy, whatever. And when that happens or doesn't happen, those people don't become as popular as they should be, you know, and sought after and recognized as they should be, unfortunately. And so that's part of the reason why I also wanted to do it. I thought, man, here's a chance to also give everybody, and I don't mean everybody who watches my show, you know, weekly, but like for the future. I was thinking, like, in the future, who knows, as old fans and future fans who haven't discovered his work yet, they come into the hobby, they discover his work. Maybe they're doing searches for his name online. You know, maybe they catch a search result of my YouTube video, and they think, oh, I could get into that. Wow, 200 images, you know, and I don't have to watch 3 hours if I don't want to. I can just fast forward through, you know, through the eras, because I broke that one up into eras, you know, 1980s, 90s, whatever. Yeah, I did it for that, but other artists, I don't know that I'm as motivated to do it for other artists. That's the thing. Honestly, I can tell you, I'm really not as motivated to do it for other artists. And it's tough. I gotta tell you, dude. I gotta tell you, I'm happy I did it. I'm proud that I did it, especially proud for his daughter who saw it and left me the first comment. Super happy about it. But I gotta tell you guys, it hurt to not be able to talk to you other than, you know, for 20 minutes at the end of the show. It was hard. That's what I love the most is our interactions. So that show made me feel it was a reminder of why I do this channel, of why I do it the way I do it, right? Why the interaction is a big part of what I do. Because that's what's fun to me. I'm not really coming here and doing this stuff because, oh, I really want to showcase this guy's collection. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but that's not what makes me want to do YouTube content. You know what I mean? It's just a way for me to talk to all of you guys, and you guys talk. We all can all talk together. It feels like we're at a convention every week, you know, without needing to go to a convention, you know. And yeah, so not being able to talk to you guys while we did the show, that was tough. I didn't like that. It felt funny because it felt like it flew by, but it still felt tiring as hell talking for those 3 hours with Brian, 3 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah, about, you know, showing 200 different images. Yeah, it was just exhausting in its own way. And it felt a lot more like work, like a job. And frankly, a lot of this does feel like work to me, and it has for a long time, for sure. And more it feels that way. But that show, because of the amount of images, especially, it really felt work intensive. I put a lot of time into that. And that's the thing. The problem is, well, one of the other problems is, if you're still listening, Marcus, and the rest of you who haven't dropped off yet, is that on top of it all, I really felt like you can't, if you're going to do a career retrospective of somebody who worked in the field for decades, like 3, 4, 5 decades, right? I feel like you can't do him. It's a disservice if you don't do from start to finish and cover like the majority of the stuff, you know? And I didn't randomly choose 200 images, right? I just started pulling images from start of his career. I went year by year. And I just felt, let me see how this goes and see how many images it takes to get to the end. And that's how I realized, oh man, this is probably going to take like 150 to 200 images, you know? So it was very organic the way it happened. But I realized now, having done it one time, for a guy who's been around 40 plus years, it necessitated, if you want to do it right, I think you have to do the whole career and not skip. I mean, I still have to skip certain things, but nothing that people would ever remember, you know? But if you did it in a shorter, condensed version, I just wouldn't feel right. And the thing is, you only get one chance at this. It's only get one crack. You know, our hobby, it's not big enough. The social aspect of our hobby, there's not enough people watching these shows that you get a second crack at, oh, let's do a second career retrospective on this one artist and let me try to make it better. No, it's not worth it. You know, people are not going to watch. As it is, by the way, if you're curious, the Butch retrospective was very disappointing for me in views. It's barely over 300. You know, it's barely over 300. To me, that's supremely disappointing. Whatever, there's nothing I can do. You know, the Rewind people are going to watch it or they're not going to watch it, you know? So yeah, that just goes to show though why you get one crack at it and you don't get a second shot to do it right? So I feel like if I'm going to do it right, I'm going to do it right away. And for, you know, veterans that have been around 40 plus years, yeah, now I see that it's probably going to take 200 images. But do I want to do that, knowing that the only way I can do that is if I don't talk to any of you guys? You know, just doing it with a friend, hanging out, one friend in the studio. That's the only person I talk to. We talk strictly about the art. 200 pieces we got to cover, you know, and try to get it under 3-4 hours, whatever. It's difficult. And yeah, that's not really why I do YouTube. The primary thing that I love is talking to all of you, and we talk with each other. So you know what I mean? That's why it's so difficult, and it's hard for me to get enthused about the prospect of, hey, let's do more, you know, artist retrospectives, you know. So there you have it. Let me see. Tony said, I enjoyed the show. I watched JP Budget Collecting, Reflecting Comic Price. I watched some of those, not always, but I watched some of those as well, Tony. And seeing the price change has gone up or down, I think it'd be harder to compare art. Yeah, exactly, because you're not comparing the exact same thing. That's why that show works, Tony. It's because it is the exact same thing. So it's an easy comparison, you know? Wow, you didn't even know Butch died. Wow. Hopefully somebody corrected that and told you about it. This series is essentially the comic art version of that, Tony. Yeah, not as easy with art. Exactly. Thank you, Kavi. Yes, Antoine. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. You could do it like how you presented the art tonight with limited pieces and stop after every piece. I don't want to, though. I feel like that's the thing, Marcus. I feel like it kills me to think that I'm going to follow that structure. It kills me every time. I thought of that, right? I have thought of that. But as soon as I think about it, it kills me. I'm like, oh, God. I can't imagine only being able to put, you know, a limited number of pieces for somebody whose career has been, you know, going on for like decades. And think about how hard it would be for me to do the picking and choosing of the artwork when I can only pick a very limited amount of pieces for somebody, you know, who drew thousands and thousands of pages. It's too difficult. And I'd never be happy with it because I'd be ruining the day that I decided to not put 200. You know, I can't. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. You never know what'll happen in the future because it would be cool to do stuff about other artists. You know, look, Derek, who was here earlier tonight, Derek and I, you know, we thought about doing something, a multi-episode thing about Titans Hunt. And then we got together on a web chat. We spoke for like 3-4 hours to sort of talk about how it would work, only to find out our plan, what we would want it to be, it was just too big in scope and it wouldn't work. People would not tune in and all the effort would be for nothing, you know? So we had to scrap it. I wouldn't say scrap it, but we put aside those plans, you know? I would love eventually to do it. And the reason I wanted to do it was, again, kind of like with Butch and his career, right? Didn't get enough attention, in my opinion. You know, same thing with Titans Hunt, as you know, right? Most people in those days used to follow the artist. As soon as the killer artist left the title, the fans went with him. So a lot of Titans fans no longer knew anything about Titans after what happened after and didn't read Titans Hunt, you know? And so, yeah, so we probably wouldn't get much viewers anyways or anybody who would care. It's just, there's just certain ideas that sound good in principle, but then when you start breaking it down and figuring out how it would work, they don't really work. FYI, wanted to do the same thing with Crisis. I still want to. It's just hard in one episode. I wanted to do an overview of Crisis with like 4 or 5 guys. I even reached out to a handful of guys. They were in it. Right? They were into it. They wanted to do it with me. Then the more I thought about it, how it would work, it was just like, geez, we can't do it good unless it's really intensive. And it just wouldn't fit in one episode. And then I was like, God, do people want to watch multiple episodes of the same? You know, we just want to get you to 5 hours. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Official. Good night for real. Thank you, Gavi. Peace. But anyways, yeah, I'm exhausted, guys, in all honesty. But thank you to the 28 of you who still hung on. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love all of you guys. Yeah, man, I'll be back next week. Just don't know which type of show it'll be. We'll see. And you guys will find out when I schedule the show onto YouTube. But thank you once again to all of you. Thanks to those of you who watch this on Rewind. I am now going to spend, sadly for me, I'm going to get something maybe to eat and drink. And then I'm going to start breaking this up into chapters for you so that you can see, you know, you can quickly look at what art we showed and just pick the ones you want. And that's it. And I hope you enjoy it. Thanks, everybody. Don't forget to catch Nikki B this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. And then be back here again, once again, at 8 o'clock next Sunday, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. Thank you all. See you then. Have a great week. And as always, go blue.